Chapter 652. The hall was filled with people. The various peak masters and elders were all present. They even brought their disciples with them. Gue sect Master Yulwan sat on the main seat, smiling at the two people who entered. Other than Shu Yi, who looked unfriendly, the other nascent soul elders had the same expression. They even had a hint of admiration. Of course, these were all directed at Shushuming. The two of them bowed politely. Yulwan then explained to everyone, "I called all junior brothers here today mainly to inform all of you. I think these two disciples are not bad. I want to officially take them in as disciples. What do you think?" The moment he said that, all the elders had expected expressions, as if they had already guessed Yulwan's intentions. On the other hand, Shu Yi's face darkened. "I said so too." An elder smiled and said, "Our Gue sect has never seen a disciple with an epiphany in so long. We also want to take them in as disciples. I didn't expect senior brother to act so quickly. If junior brothers have no objections, then I will accept these two disciples." Yulwan's smile deepened. He then looked at the two people in the middle and said, "You should be called Lone Moon. From today onwards, you will be the 13th disciple under my sect." Lone Moon stiffened. He really didn't expect that the other party called them here to take in disciples. To be honest, he really didn't want to acknowledge a master. Not only was it inconvenient for him to move around, he didn't know as much as him. He wanted to find an excuse to reject. As for Shushuming, Yulwan turned to look at Shushuming. The satisfaction in his eyes deepened. "From today onwards, you will be my personal disciple." The moment he said that, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that he would directly take him in as a personal disciple. They didn't expect senior brother sect master to think so highly of this person. "How can this be?" Shu Yi was shocked and directly blurted out. How could he be a personal disciple? One must know that there was a difference between an ordinary disciple and a personal disciple. There was usually only one personal disciple, and they would leave a personal imprint in the other party's divine perception that could not be casually removed. They would also teach everything to their personal disciples without holding anything back. Shui panicked. Yulwan was the sect master of Gue sect. If Shushuming became his personal disciple, wouldn't he get whatever he wanted? In that case, wouldn't his treatment be even better than when he was at Dan Xia Mountain in his previous life? One must know that although he received Supremacy Tian Yi's guidance in his previous life, he was only taken in as Supremacy Tian Yi's disciple after he formed his core. Furthermore, he was only one of his many disciples. "Sect Master, how could you accept him as your direct disciple?" She immediately stood up. "Oh, why?" Yulwan paused and asked subconsciously. "Little Yi." Shu Yuan frowned and reprimanded Shu Yi angrily, "Don't be rude." He was about to pull her back. Shu Yi came back to his senses. His eyes darted around before he said, "How can the direct disciple of the sect master be so casual? I don't think there's anything special about this disciple. Furthermore, he's only a foundation establishment disciple with 3 spirit veins." She took a deep breath and said with a worried expression, "Besides, you're the sect master of my sect. Your personal disciple concerns the future of our sect. I see that many Golden Core senior brothers haven't even had the opportunity to become your disciple. Sect master must be careful." When everyone heard that, they felt that it made sense. He was indeed the sect master's direct disciple. If there were no accidents, he might be the next sect master. Indeed, they had to choose carefully. "I feel that this disciple is very suitable." Yulwan's smile deepened, but he had no intention of changing his mind. "Everyone, you might not know, but I've been paying attention to this child for a long time. Although he has 3 spirit veins and looks ordinary, that's not the case. It hasn't even been a year since he entered my Gue sect and he's already cultivated from Qi refinement level 7 to late-stage foundation establishment. I think even a celestial spirit route wouldn't be as fast. A hint of surprise flashed across everyone's eyes. This speed was indeed a prodigy. He had an epiphany just by looking at a tribulation experience. This proves that his comprehension is not something ordinary people can achieve. Furthermore, when he was still in the outer sect, he managed to grow a mutated spirit plant on an abandoned spirit field. That mutated spirit herb was planted by him. Everyone was shocked. An elder even stood up directly. That's right. Yuan nodded. Although those spirit herbs appeared because of the living meridian. But if there wasn't this opportunity, how could it be him? Every immortal cultivator is doing things that go against the heavens. And this child, he doesn't lack any talent, comprehension, or opportunity. After he voluntarily handed over all the mutated spirit herbs, he never made any requests. After his epiphany, he was neither arrogant nor rash. These days, he has been cultivating diligently. It shows that his temperament is exceptional. Everyone was even more surprised. Their gazes towards LoveLore were filled with admiration. Such a disciple is indeed not bad. That's right. There are fewer and fewer people as outstanding as him now. No wonder sect master is in a hurry to take him in as a direct disciple. Everything else is secondary. Even Shu Yuan couldn't help but praise him. Just this temperament alone is something that others can't achieve. Senior brother sect master has good taste. Seeing that LoveLore becoming a direct disciple was about to be confirmed, Shu Yi was even more anxious. But sect master, little E. Shu Yuan interrupted his daughter and glanced at her. Don't make a fuss. Sect master knows what he's doing. In terms of temperament, even you can't compare to him. What? Shu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. But she heard a voice that made her even angrier. Ding! Original owner's resentment points +10. Warning! When resentment reaches 100, the mission will automatically fail. Damn it! Why did the resentment points increase again? Shu Yi was so angry that her liver was hurting. She even started to speak incoherently. Who said I can't compare to him? She was clearly already a core formation cultivator. Her cultivation had always been above his. Shu Yuan's brows furrowed. He was displeased with his daughter's strange temper. He was about to reprimand her when a cold male voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Who said my little E can't compare to others? In the next moment, everyone felt a strong gust of wind rushing into the hall. It also brought with it an irresistible suppressive force. A black figure appeared in the hall instantly. His entire body was filled with cold air. He scanned the people in the hall with dissatisfaction. Everyone was shocked. They instantly recognized the person. Everyone, including the sect master, stood up and bowed with cupped fists. Greetings, Uncle Master Tianji. The person who came was another soul formation supremacy of Gue sect. Lone Moon raised his brows. Yo, the person who had turned into a demon was here. But for some reason, the demonic chi on his body was all suppressed in his dantian. It was as if it was locked by something. Chef! What's going on? Lone Moon turned to look at Yi Qing. There's an energy in his dantian that doesn't belong to this plane. It's suppressing the demonic chi and preventing him from completely turning into a demon. Yi Qing said. So that was it. Seeing how he was standing up for Shu Yi, it seemed like it was that system's doing again. Chapter 653. Indeed, once she saw him, Shu Yi was instantly overjoyed. Like a little girl, she skipped over and called out coquettishly, Master. Everyone was shocked and turned to look at Shu Yuan, only to see that his face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. Clearly, he was completely unaware that his daughter had become the disciple of someone else. Tianji's gaze warmed and he responded. In an instant, he swept an even colder look at everyone. Who was the one who said that my personal disciple can't compare to others? Personal disciple. Supremacy. Tianji actually accepted Shu Yi as his personal disciple. Everyone was shocked again. They looked at Shu Yuan with sympathy in their eyes. It was one thing for his daughter to become the disciple of someone else, but it was a personal disciple. Wasn't this a slap to his face and saying that he did not teach well? I want to see who can compare to my disciple. Tianji did not care about all this. His gaze swept across everyone, even carrying the suppressive force of a soul formation cultivator, finally landing on Zhuoshuming. It's you. Zhuoshuming felt a huge suppressive force land on him. His heart churned and he lost his balance and took a step back. He opened his mouth and spat out blood. Lonman's expression darkened. He reached out to support him and secretly used his spirit energy to protect his heart meridians. Uncle Master Tianji. The sect master was also shocked, as if he did not expect that he would directly attack a mere Foundation establishment disciple. He hurriedly called out to stop him. Humph. Tianji then retracted his suppressive force and turned to glance at Yuan. You intend to accept such a disciple as your personal disciple? Uncle Master, Yuan wanted to explain. He can't even withstand half of my suppressive force, to think you like him. Yuan, you're really getting more and more muddle-headed. Tianji interrupted him directly and turned to look at everyone. I came today to tell you that I think Shu Yi is not bad. I've already accepted her as my personal disciple yesterday. I don't want to interfere in the sect's matters, but... He glanced at Zhuoshuming and said, the future of Gui's sect cannot be so carelessly handed over to such a person. Everyone looked embarrassed. They had just praised Zhuoshuming and now they were slapped in the face by Tianji. Moreover, Tianji was a senior and a soul formation cultivator. They could not refute him. It seemed like Yuan would not be able to accept this personal disciple today. Yuan flushed with anger, turning to look at Zhuoshuming with guilt and pity. Naturally, Zhuoshuming could tell that this supremacy Tianji was purposely targeting him to stand up for Shu Yi. He didn't feel disappointed or regretful. He hadn't planned on taking sect master in the first place, so he took the initiative to speak first. Thank you for your kind intentions, sect master, but disciple is not talented. In the past, when I cultivated, I didn't choose pill cultivation, but chose the sword Dao. I'm afraid I can't become sect master's disciple. Please forgive me, sect master. You're a sword cultivator. Yuan was shocked, he didn't expect that. Yes. Zhuoshuming replied. Feeling Lone Moon nudge him, he instantly understood and added, Junior brother Lone Moon and I are both sword cultivators. Yuan took a closer look. Indeed, he saw a sliver of sword chi on the two of them. He couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. But this saved him the trouble. Instantly, he relaxed. My Danlin mountain is full of pill cultivators. You're indeed not suitable to enter the sect. I wonder. He was just about to let him choose which mountain he wanted to go to. He would take the opportunity to do him a favor and give him a few cultivation techniques. Supremacy Tianji at the side suddenly snorted coldly. Humph. So you're a sword cultivator. Cultivating the sword in my Gui sect, you're really stupid to the extreme. His eyes were full of contempt. Forget it. Given your qualifications with 3 spirit roots, I guess you can only become a useless sword cultivator. Zhuoshuming's expression changed. Lonman's expression darkened. He felt a surge of anger surging up from his chest. He was about to explode. Holy shit. What the F asterisk CK? What's wrong with us sword cultivators? Did we sword cultivators offend you? You're a trash soul formation core cultivator. What right do you have to look down on us sword cultivators? For all, calm down, Father Nyo. Shenning hurriedly grabbed hold of the person who was about to rush out. Let go of me. I'm a sword cultivator. I'm going to beat him to death. Lone Moon felt terrible all over. Where did this trash pill cultivator come from? We sword cultivators have never suffered losses in anything other than body cultivators. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. You can't fight now. The intruder was still here. They would be exposed. Lone Moon turned back and glared at her. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He turned and sent a voice transmission. All right, I won't fight. Chef, you go. Go out and blink his dog eyes. Ha! I Ching faltered. Blink? Go out and show off. Let this trash pill cultivator see what a real sword cultivator is. He could talk about $2 swa, but definitely not about sword cultivators. I Ching was speechless. How deep was Father Nyo's obsession with sword cultivators? He could only look at his master. Shenning nodded repeatedly. Let's go. We can't afford to offend a mad Father Nyo. Only then did the two of them fly out. On the other side, Tianji seemed to have had enough of being cocky. He thought that he had won back the situation for Shu Yi. He then looked at Shu Yi and said, all right, let's stop here for today. Little Yi, follow me back. Shu Yi smiled. She looked at Swa Shuming, whose face had darkened. Her heart instantly felt carefree. Fortunately, she listened to the system yesterday and came out of seclusion early. She saved this supremacy who was about to turn into a demon. She picked up a good and helpful master for free. Indeed, in the next moment, a voice that made her even happier sounded. Ding! Original owner's resentment points reduced by 10. So she hurriedly replied, yes, master. Wait. Little E. Shu Yuan, who had been stunned for a long time, finally snapped back to his senses. He looked at his daughter with a complicated expression. Although he knew that his daughter was a little stubborn, he did not expect her to suddenly change her master. He wanted to go back and ask her about it. Tianji's expression turned cold. Shu Yuan, little E has already acknowledged me as her master. She will naturally stay with me in Chi Tian Pavilion from now on. But Shu Yuan still wanted to say something. But Tianji did not have the patience to explain anything. He directly pulled her and turned to walk out. Uncle Master Tianji. Shu Yuan panicked. He immediately chased after them. Just as he reached the door, a huge wave of sword chi suddenly came down from the sky. Shu Yuan could not hold on. He lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Even Tianji, who was in the soul formation stage, was directly forced to kneel on the ground. He had to support himself with both hands to prevent himself from falling. Not to mention Shu Yi, who was beside him. She directly vomited blood. If not for the system, her golden core would have been shattered. Gui's Sex Protective Mountain Array was immediately activated. A transparent layer of protection appeared in the entire sky. But immediately after, there was a loud clang. That protective mountain array was like a soap bubble that would burst with one poke. It directly burst. This is sword chi. The expressions of the elders who came out immediately changed. They immediately conjured a seal and set up an array. Quick, put up the defensive array. Chapter 654. The few of them moved at the same time, a layer of golden protective shield shielded the few of them inside, and then pulled the 3 people who were on the ground back into the defensive array. The few of them then looked a little better. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky in horror. Only then did they realize that the sky above was filled with spirit swords, densely covering the entire sky. Every sword carried chilling sword chi, as if it could fall at any time. They could faintly see that in the middle, someone was riding a sword in the air. Yulwan's face paled instantly. He was extremely nervous. This was a sword cultivator. And a sword cultivator that could directly restrain a soul formation cultivator. Then the other party was also a soul formation cultivator. But why did he suddenly attack them, so he could only bite the bullet and shout, "May I ask which expert has come to our Guei sect?" Lone Moon also looked at Chef, who had summoned the sword array in the air. His mouth twitched, and he directly scolded them via voice transmission. "What are you two doing? I asked you to act cool, not to exterminate the sect. Can't they have some acting skills like when they tricked him?" Chef stiffened. Used to it. He was familiar with fighting. Acting cool was obviously Father Nyo's business scope. It was a different line of work. So, he changed his hand seal. Instantly the spirit swords in the sky began to gather, forming 8 huge white sword spirits. They flew in 8 different directions, and then with a few rumbles, landed around Guei sect. They formed a huge array. Instantly, a layer of white light flashed, covering the entire Guei sect. In the next moment, it slowly disappeared, along with the 8 huge swords. If he accidentally destroyed a protective mountain array, he would return another one to them. The people below who were on guard were stunned. What was going on? Just now, they looked like they were here to cause trouble. Not only did they retract their sword chi, it seemed like the other party also set up an even more powerful protective mountain array for them. Everyone was confused, but seeing that the other party did not seem to have any intention of attacking, they could not help but heave a sigh of relief. They all looked up curiously into the sky. After a while, they saw a man riding a sword down, dressed in blue robes, his body exuding faint sword chi, surrounded by spirit chi. He was already in the late stage of soul formation. His handsome and cold face had a kind of look of wealth. "Why did you transform into Boss Lan's appearance?" The corner of Loneman's mouth twitched. He was shocked. He thought that Boss Lan had brought Radish down to the lower realm. "Master asked me to change my appearance. I couldn't think of anything else, so I changed into a familiar one." Chef sent a voice transmission. Wasn't he afraid that the intruder would recognize him? "If you're familiar, why didn't you choose Fatty? Why did you choose Boss Lan? Fatty is too short. He doesn't look like one." I Ching said matter-of-factly. "Only a fool would believe you. You're just saying that I'm fat, right?" "Greetings, Venerable One." Yuan went forward nervously, cupping his fists and bowing respectfully. "Please forgive us for digging our eyes. May I know which sect supremacy is from?" "Rogue Cultivator." "Rogue Cultivator." Yuan was even more shocked. When did such a sword cultivator expert appear among the itinerant cultivators? Then why has supremacy come to your sect? "I'm fine." I Ching replied subconsciously. Yuan was speechless. "Why did you scare people for no reason?" "Chef, find a reason to stay." Lone Moon directly sent a voice transmission. There was a ready-made opportunity. "Don't think about slacking off. There's a small matter." I Ching changed the topic and turned to look at Swashuming. Swashuming had yet to recover from that shocking sword chi. He looked at Chef with a gaze full of shock, excitement, yearning and disbelief. So this was a sword cultivator. He did not make the wrong choice. So sword cultivators could be so strong that they could suppress swordsmen of the same level with just sword chi. I wonder what important matter supremacy has. Is there anything my Gue sect can help with? Yulwan asked even more respectfully. A soul formation sword cultivator was comparable to a traveling immortal. No sect would easily offend such a cultivator. Instead, they would try their best to befriend him. What's more, the other party was a late-stage soul formation cultivator. Chef stiffened. It was so hard to come up with an excuse. He wasn't Father Nyo. What should he do? Making up stories was the most annoying. He thought about it and decided to use a ready-made one. His face stiffened. He suddenly let out a very exaggerated and fake exclamation. He pointed at Swa Shuming, who was still in a daze. Isn't this fellow Daoist Swa who lent me 2 spirit stones for teleportation? Long time no see. Do you have the money to return it now? Yulwan, everyone, what the hell? Chasing all the way here for 2 spirit stones. Are you King kidding me? Winky face Lone Moon, this was definitely not a child he had brought up. Was it too late to sever ties now? Is there such a thing? Swa Shuming actually took out 4 spirit stones and handed them over. Thank you. Fellow Daoist. You're welcome. Wait a minute. Why did this scene feel so familiar? Swa Shuming's hand stiffened. He could not help but ask, may I know Supremacy's Dao name? I Ching. Again. Swa Shuming felt the corner of his mouth twitch. He subconsciously looked around. He then found a familiar figure behind I Ching who was nibbling on a fruit. Hey! 2 pieces. Shining waved a hand in greeting. It's really him. He could not help but turn to look at the person beside him. Brother Lone Moon, is this the tradition of asking him for travel expenses the moment you appear? Lone Moon silently turned his head away. Don't ask me. I don't know them. This fellow Daoist. I Ching turned to look at Lone Moon. He continued to make up his excuse with a straight face. Didn't that person borrow? You dare to say that I owe you money? Before he could finish, Lone Moon directly retorted with a voice transmission. I Ching stiffened. He subconsciously covered his bag of ingredients. The words that came out of his mouth changed abruptly. That fellow Daoist Lone Moon who lent me a lot of spirit stones. Alright, he really could not remember how much living expenses Father Nyo had given him. Supremacy I Ching, long time no see. Lone Moon suppressed the irritation in his heart. He then smiled and continued the messy words that the other person made up. He turned to look at Gue Sect Master Yulwan. Reporting to Sect Master, before I joined Gue Sect, I was fortunate enough to meet Supremacy I Ching. He did not bring any spirit stones with him at that time. So I did Supremacy a small favor. I did not think that I would have the chance to meet Supremacy again. With that said, he turned to look at Swa Shuming. So Brother Swa was acquainted with Supremacy before you joined the sect? Swa Shuming faltered. He subconsciously nodded. Yes. Then we are really fated. He smiled. Supremacy is really a good person who knows how to repay favors. So you've always remembered the 10,000 superior grade spirit stones I lent you. You specially chased me to Gue sect to return it. He specially adjusted the number of 10,000 and directly reached out his hand. You don't even know how to act cool. What's the use of supporting you? Hand over your living expenses. I Ching, Shining, beast. Not even letting go of living expenses. Chapter 655. I see. Only then did Yulwan react. So this Supremacy was here to return the favor. He instantly heaved a sigh of relief. His gaze shifted and he immediately smiled amicably. Supremacy is really too courteous. It's just 10,000 superior grade spirit stones. Why don't we, Gue sect, make the decision and give this disciple 10,000 spirit stones? Just take it as a token of our gratitude to the Venerable One for rearranging the mountain guarding formation. I Ching, Shening, Lone Moon, there was such a thing. For all, the trio's eyes lit up. Without having to deduct their living expenses, Chef instantly felt that he had come up with a smooth excuse. He said directly, Sect Master, you don't have to be so polite. I set up the array because I saw that your sect's scenery is not bad. It's a good place. That's why I prepared in advance. Venerable One, you mean? Yuan was taken aback, unable to understand his intentions. Does your sect lack sword cultivators? I'm like this. Yuan, the peak masters, all the elders, were they hallucinating just now? Oh my god. A soul formation cultivator had fallen from the sky. The kind that delivered themselves to their doorstep. Yuan suddenly wanted to pinch himself to see if he was dreaming. One had to know that soul formation supremacies were the highest level of cultivators. One more step and they would be able to ascend. Which sect didn't treat them like their ancestors? Furthermore, the number of soul formation cultivators directly affected the strength of the sect. Gue sect was at a disadvantage. They only had 2 soul formation supremacies. Although the other sects didn't dare to offend them because they were all pill cultivators, they didn't dare to rashly offend them. However, in terms of raw strength, they were indeed inferior to the other first-rate immortal sections. It was fine on the surface, but he had suffered quite a bit in the dark. Moreover, there were demonic cultivators eyeing them covetously. If they really fought, Gue sect would not be able to resist at all. Even the mountain protecting formation required them to spend spirit stones to invite sects that specialized in formations to reinforce it once every 10 years. Gue sect's biggest shortcoming was having too few powerful cultivators, especially soul formation cultivators. This was also the reason why they had always been inferior to Tai Yen sect. After all, Tai Yen sect had more than 10 soul formation supremacies. But today, a soul formation final stage cultivator suddenly came knocking on their door, and a sword cultivator at that. What did soul formation sword cultivators mean? Unless a perfected immortal descended to the mortal world, no one in the entire cultivation world could afford to offend him. How could he not be excited? Not only was he excited, he even wanted to run 3 laps around the sect to calm himself down. Supremacy. Supremacy, you really want to stay in my Gue sect? Can't I? I Ching frowned. That would be a little troublesome. All right. Fine. Of course. Yuan immediately nodded his head vigorously. He didn't care why he suddenly came to him. Such a powerful ally had to be kept. Other problems were not a problem. It is an honor for Gue sect to be favored by the supremacy. If the Venerable One stays, my entire sect is willing to serve the Venerable One as the Grand Supreme Elder and respect you as our elder. There's no need for that. I Ching shook his head. I'm not from your Gue sect. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Sure. Yuan said even more happily. As long as you leave anything behind, everything will be fine. Venerable One's cultivation is high, this is expected. Preposterous. Before I Ching could reply, Supremacy Tianji finally regained his composure. He turned and glared at everyone unhappily. How can we let such a person of unknown origin join our Gue sect? Have you all forgotten that he destroyed the protective mountain array just now? I wonder what his motive is for suddenly appearing here. Everyone's expression changed. They felt nervous. They knew that Uncle Master Tianji had always been arrogant, and he did have the right to be so. But the person in front of him was a sword cultivator with a higher cultivation level than him. Even if he had such concerns, he could not say it out loud. Wasn't that obviously offending him? Yu Wan panicked. Indeed, that sword cultivator's expression suddenly turned cold. He was about to say something to ease the tension when he heard him speak first. Speaking of motives. I do have one. I Ching's gaze fixed on Tianji. Suddenly, some sort of suppressive force swept towards him. Tianji's heart jumped. He could not help but take a step back. But he heard the other party say word by word, who was the one who said that sword cultivators are useless. Tianji, Yuan, everyone, a guess flashed across everyone's mind. He couldn't have come to Gui's sect because of that, right? However, I Ching ignored them. With a turn of his hand, he summoned a spirit sword. In the next moment, an overwhelming amount of sword chi swept towards Tianji. He said word by word, "Those who are not convinced, come and fight me." Everyone felt their legs turn to jelly. They almost knelt down in the face of this terrifying sword chi. What more Tianji, who was facing this aura? His expression darkened. A sense of danger that he had never felt before rose in his heart. But he still said coldly, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" He was suppressed by the sword chi just now because he was not prepared. Did they really think he would lose? Wait. Supremacies. Yu Wan panicked. A battle between soul formation supremacies was not ordinary. Even if they wanted to fight, they could not do it here. He was just about to persuade them. You're courting death. Tianji had already summoned his Dharma artifact. He rushed over while the other party was unprepared. But before he could get close, a huge aura rushed over. He did not even have time to react. He was sent flying. With a loud bang, he was slammed into the white wall behind him. He felt his blood churning. All the meridians in his body were broken. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Before they could react, the fight was over. They did not even see how the other party attacked. All they saw was that Tianji was already embedded into the wall. In the next moment, they heard a creaking sound. Then, they heard a series of rumbling noises. The entire hall looked as if it had been sliced by a knife. Half of it fell to the ground. Only the bottom half and the white wall that Tianji was embedded in were left standing. This sword was obviously aimed at a crooked angle. If it really landed on Tianji, what kind of terrifying battle power was this? Yu Wan and his companions were stunned. Especially Shu Yi, who was the closest to Tianji. Her face was so pale that there was no trace of blood. Others might not have felt it because they were far away. But she knew that the sword chi had brushed past her face. If it had been a little more to the side, her head would have been the same as the hall behind her. Although she had transmigrated to many worlds, this was the first time she had been so close to death. A fear that she had never felt before rose in her heart. She used all her strength to stop herself from screaming. Ding! Original owner's resentment points plus 10. Ding! Original owner's resentment points plus 10. Chapter 656. Shu Yi's face turned even paler, but she called out to the system frantically in her heart. 001. What exactly is going on? Why would there suddenly be a soul formation sword cultivator? There's no such thing in the memories you gave me. Why would Zhou Shuming suddenly get to know such a person? I almost died just now, do you know that? Tell me clearly, oh. 001 isn't sure about this either. Maybe because the host's appearance disrupted the original plot and caused other effects. You're saying that it's because of my appearance that there's a butterfly effect. You can say that the host stopped him from entering Dan Xia Mountain and made him enter the outer sect. Didn't he also accidentally get to know Lone Moon? This person doesn't exist in the original owner's memories too. How is this the same? Shu Yi became even more agitated. This is a soul formation sword cultivator, a soul formation cultivator. That Lone Moon is just a foundation establishment idiot, there's no comparison at all. I Ching, Shening, idiot Lone Moon, the master and disciple both took a step back and looked up at the sky. We didn't hear anything. The information just now was bad, we didn't hear the broadcast. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched, he turned and glared at the two. Hurry up and do what you need to do. If you say another word, don't even think about eating next month. Alright Father Nyo, no problem Father Nyo. Can we stay now? I Ching hurriedly looked at Yulwan who was already stunned. Yulwan shuddered, he looked back and forth between I Ching and Supremacy Tianji who was embedded in the wall before coming to his senses. He knew that sword cultivators were strong, but he didn't expect them to be this strong. They were both soul formation cultivators, but it was obviously an instant kill. Can. Of course you can. He nodded repeatedly, and immediately gave a look to the various peak masters and nascent soul elders who were still confused behind him. What are you looking at? Hurry and make them stay. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they reacted. They instantly understood. They hurriedly bowed in Chef's direction. Junior greets Uncle Master. No matter what, they had to make them stay first. Although this person seemed to have some misunderstanding with Uncle Master Tianji, they didn't have any opinions about him because of that. The main reason was that the other party was too powerful. The second reason was that Tianji was not very sociable. What's more, what he said in the hall earlier had indeed made everyone uncomfortable. Furthermore, it was indeed Supremacy Tianji who had a loose tongue and insulted sword cultivators first. Of all things, he just had to let others hear it. What's more, it was obvious that Tianji had made the first move in the battle just now. This was especially so for Yulwan. The more he looked at this supremacy, the more satisfied he was. To be honest, he was originally a little worried about the matter of keeping him here. In his heart, he also thought that he had other plans, so he was somewhat willing to take a gamble. Now, from the looks of it, with such terrifying strength, if they really had ulterior motives, they could have just annihilated Gui's sect. Why would they have to go through so much trouble? Ulterior motives my ass. I Ching nodded and replied, then we'll stay in Gui's sect from now on. Welcome to our sect, Martial Uncle. Wait a minute. Yulwan understood the meaning in his words and was stunned. He looked around and after searching for a while, he realized that there was actually a young lady following behind him. She looked very young. Compared to I Ching who looked very powerful, there was no trace of spirit chi on her. She looked like she had not started cultivating yet. He subconsciously thought that she could be his friend or a disciple he had just taken in. Hence, he asked politely, may I know who this fellow Taoist is? I Ching took a step to the side and replied with a serious expression, this is my master. He thought of something and added, your grand-uncle master. Yulwan, everyone, why did he suddenly feel like he had been taken advantage of for no reason? Yet the matter of taking the initiative to call her uncle master was something that they themselves suggested. Yulwan looked at the lady for a while. After trying for a long time, he still could not call her grand-uncle master. He could only change the topic. Looking at Tianji who was still embedded in the wall, he said, Uncle Master I Ching, what do you think? I Ching nodded. Just as he was about to say forget it, he heard a certain someone's voice transmission. He could only reply, "Pill cultivators are only so. Pill cultivator Yulwan, all the pill cultivators," they felt like they had been shot in the knee. Yulwan had no choice but to instruct the elders to help the person on the wall out. As he wiped his hands, he looked at I Ching and said, "Uncle Master, our sect has a total of 6 peaks. I wonder which peak do you prefer? So that I can send some disciples over to make arrangements?" Logically speaking, the 2 soul formation supremacies of their Guai sect were both staying on Danxia Peak. But it was obvious that this new Uncle Master was not on good terms with Tianji. He must be unwilling, so why would he let him choose? There's no need. I Ching directly rejected his kind offer. Yulwan was stunned. Yet he suddenly turned to the left and stood at the edge of the floating peak. He directly raised his hand and waved downwards. A beam of white light instantly flew down. In a short while, he heard a rumbling sound, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. Even the ground was shaking. A huge mountain suddenly rose from above. It flew higher and higher, and even floated past the main peak, heading upwards. Then, it steadily stopped on the highest peak, Danxia Peak. Yulwan, he actually directly moved to the top of a mountain peak. Youth, be the leadership of Guai sect's pill cultivators suddenly felt that they had a deep misunderstanding of sword cultivators in the past. "I'll stay here from now on." I Ching glanced at the newly made floating peak. As for the disciples, just the 2 of them. He pointed at Lone Moon and Zwishuming. Then he brought his master on his sword and flew towards the peak of the mountain. It was finally over. Acting cool was much more tiring than cooking. He even missed master's meal time. The news that Guai sect had one more soul formation sword cultivator instantly spread throughout the entire sect. Although there were very few people who had seen him before, but the main hall that collapsed on the main peak and the sudden rise of a floating peak still shocked many disciples. Although the threshold for sword cultivation was low, it was not like other Daos where there were almost no restrictions on spirit roots. But its combat power was the strongest among cultivators. Yet it was also the most difficult and arduous cultivation method. It depended entirely on one's own understanding of the sword Dao. And this understanding mostly came from actual combat. In other words, sword cultivators actually grew up being beaten up. So very few people chose to cultivate the sword. Even if there were people who chose, those who could persevere till core formation and above were even rarer. This was the reason why sword cultivators were rare. Especially in pill cultivator sects like theirs, it was almost impossible for sword cultivators to stand out. Yet, their sect had a soul formation sword cultivator. A living one. The kind that could breathe. All the disciples in the sect started to get excited. Especially the outer sect disciples, as well as disciples other than pill cultivators. Chapter 657. There were only 2 soul formation supremacies in the entire Guai sect, and Supremacy Tianji never accepted disciples. And Supremacy Tianyi's disciples were already full. This sword cultivator supremacy had just arrived, and it was said that he didn't have any disciples under him yet, and only picked 2 disciples to enter the peak. Then he would have to choose disciples sooner or later, and if he took a liking to them, just a word of advice would be enough for them. For a moment, the entire sect was immersed in the anticipation of that supremacy accepting disciples. Even the news of Shu Yi being accepted as Supremacy Tianji's personal disciple did not attract much attention. This anticipation in the sect lasted for a full 3 months, but on that newly risen floating peak that had yet to be named, there was no movement at all. Not to mention choosing disciples, not even a shadow came out from it. It was said that from Danxia Peak below, one could occasionally smell a tempting fragrance drifting down from that floating peak, but for what reason? Speaking of this Dan Xia Peak, as the Peak Lord, Supremacy Tian Yi was a little irritable. He also knew that there was an additional soul formation supremacy in the sect, and he was also aware of what happened on the main peak that day. After all, it was such a huge matter that the protective mountain array was instantly broken. It was impossible for him not to know. But at that time, he was in a hurry to refine pills, and seeing that Yi did not activate the communication talisman, he did not rush over. After knowing that it was Tian Ji's careless mouth that caused trouble, he did not want to bother. Although the two of them were the only two soul formation cultivators in the sect, their relationship was not very good. The main reason was that Tian Ji was too arrogant, and because his cultivation was higher than his, he always did things his own way, never considering what others thought. When he said he didn't want to accept disciples, he didn't accept a single disciple for thousands of years. When he said he didn't want to be a tool for the sect to refine pills, he really didn't refine a cauldron of pills for the sect all these years. But Gue Yi's sect still had to operate. There were only 2 high-level pill cultivators in the sect, and he refused to refine. All the work naturally fell on his head, so it was impossible to say that he had no complaints at all. So this time, someone helped him teach this arrogant junior brother a lesson. He was actually quite happy to see it happen, and even specially took the time to take a look at the injured Tian Ji. More or less, he was still a little happy in his heart, but as he was happy, it turned into sadness. Because he discovered that there was suddenly an additional floating peak on Danxia Peak. It was the sword cultivator who had delivered himself to their doorstep who was floating right above their heads. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, but he soon realized it. He chose Danxia Mount to open a mansion because of its location. This Danxia mountain was the tallest, with plenty of sunlight and dense spiritual energy. It was the most suitable place for all kinds of spiritual plants, especially high-level spiritual plants. But ever since there was another floating peak above his head, although the spiritual energy wasn't affected, the sunlight was blocked by more than half. For the next few days, his precious spirit herbs were all wilting. He felt both distressed and anxious at the same time. Unable to hold it in any longer, Zhang Xian turned around and flew towards the floating peak above him. So what if he was a sword cultivator? Could he be unreasonable just because his cultivation was high? He flew to the floating peak with a heart full of anger, but the moment he landed, he was stunned. He looked at the scene in front of him with widened eyes and subconsciously rubbed his eyes. Who could tell him if he was blind? What did he see? As far as his eyes could see, the entire floating peak was covered with densely packed spirit herbs. And they were all high-level spirit herbs, the dense spiritual energy mixed with medicinal fragrance wafted over. And there were quite a number of high-level mutated spirit herbs that even he wasn't sure about. Everything in front of him was simply the ultimate dream of a pill cultivator. What Danxia Mountain, what abundant sunlight, what logic, he instantly wanted to throw it down from this peak. With such a field of spirit herbs, everything had to give way. Tian Yi swallowed his saliva with difficulty and pinched himself a few times to confirm that it really wasn't a dream. There were indeed high-level spirit herbs growing all over the mountains and plains here. Every stalk was a pill cultivator's dream. And he didn't know if it was an illusion. Although there were many types, these spirit herbs seemed to be completely irregular. On the left was a 6th level one, on the right was a 7th level one, growing extremely randomly. It was as if they were specially planted, or as if they were growing on their own. But in the next moment, he immediately denied this guess of his. Every spirit herb had a different habit. If it wasn't carefully planted, how could there be so many high-level spirit herbs at once? Could it be that the new soul formation cultivator, although he was a sword cultivator, had also studied spirit herbs or pill Dao? His heart instantly burned, and he was even more eager to see that fellow Daoist named Yi Qing. No. Junior brother Yi Qing. After discussing with him in detail, he completely forgot that he was here to find trouble. He looked left and right, preparing to find someone, but found that the spirit herbs grew too densely. There was no place for him to retreat at all. If he directly flew on his sword, he was afraid of hurting the spirit herbs at his feet and causing the dissatisfaction of that sword cultivator he had never met. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. He looked around, intending to see if there was anyone else around who could help him, but this was the foot of the peak, and there was no one around. And he heard that this floating peak only rose a few months ago. Other than that soul formation sword cultivator, there were only 2 disciples left on it. He looked around anxiously, thinking if he should directly send a voice transmission to the disciples of Dan Xia Mountain below, but suddenly heard a small cracking sound, like the sound of something being chewed. He was stunned for a moment, and looked toward the sound. Only then did she discover that there was a woman sitting on a nearby rock. She was holding a red spirit fruit in her hand and gnawing on it. There was also a canteen beside her, and she was looking at him with a bored expression, as if she had been looking at him for a very long time. Tian-Yi was delighted. He did not have time to think when she was there, and hurriedly waved to her. "Miss, that young lady, me." Shening was stunned for a moment, and tilted her head. Yes, that's you." Tian-Yi nodded repeatedly. "Can you come over and pull me up?" If she used her sword to pull him up, that distance should not hurt the spirit herbs at his feet. "You're stuck?" Shening asked. Tian-Yi was stunned for a moment, but still nodded. "Yes, trouble, this young lady." "Oh. So troublesome." Shening let out a long sigh, but still chewed on the fruit in her hand, until she finished the fruit and threw away the core. Only then did she move her feet, and slowly climbed up from the rock. Tian-Yi heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that she just did not know his identity, so he did not expose her, and said softly, "Young lady, you only need to." Before he finished, the next moment, he saw a scene that broke his heart. He saw that the young lady suddenly jumped down from the rock, and directly stepped out 2 large pits in the spirit herb field, and then with 1 foot, she dragged the spirit herbs all the way over. She stepped on a large number of high-level spirit herbs, and then stood 2 steps away from him, and generously reached out a hand that still had fruit juice. Tian-Yi, he instantly felt a mouthful of old blood spurt out, and a sky full of stars flash before his eyes. Chapter 658. At the Peak. I Ching glanced at the empty table, put down the vegetables in his hands and turned to Lone Moon. "Where's Master?" She said she went to water them. As he controlled the flying sword to beat 2 bucks swa, he took the time to reply, "We can't let the newly grown spirit herbs on the peak go to waste." With that said, he subconsciously looked up at the sky and silently cursed the bootlicker. "How long has Master been gone?" I Ching frowned. "It's been an hour, right?" Lone Moon calculated and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Given her character, I don't think she'll be able to get it back. It's time for you to go down and pick her up." I Ching's expression darkened, his figure flashed and followed Shen Ying's aura. In a short while, he found her at the foot of the peak. He saw her carrying a watering can in one hand and dragging something in the other, dragging it step by step towards the peak. With every step she took, a large row of spirit herbs fell. Upon closer look, he realized that it was actually a person. Why did 1 person come down but 2 came back? "Master!" I Ching immediately went down. "Chef!" Shening looked up and tossed the person she was dragging over to him. "Here." It was tiring to drag him. "This is..." He subconsciously caught the person, only to realize that it was a familiar person. Wasn't it the Peak Master of Dan Xia Peak, Tian-Yi? "I don't know." Shening handed the watering can over. "He said he was stuck and begged me to help. I just went over and he fainted. Probably old people have poor health." This was a soul formation cultivator. Chef did not ask much, directly picked up Tian-E, who was dragged for a long time, hair messy and looked very wretched. He summoned his flying sword and reminded, "Master, lunch is ready, it's time to eat." Lunch. Shen Ying's eyes lit up, she immediately perked up and climbed onto the flying sword. "Quick, go go go." The two of them flew to the peak. The moment they landed, Iching casually threw the person in his hands. He fell right beside Wei Shuming, who was already doubting life after being beaten up by Lone Moon, eyes blank, unable to get up. "What's this?" Lone Moon, who took the opportunity to start his meal, held his bowl and looked back. Upon closer look, he immediately recognized the person on the ground. Tian-E. "What happened to him?" "I'm not sure either," Iching explained. "It seems that the fire of anxiety attacked his heart, causing his spirit chi to flow in reverse, and he fainted. It's not a big deal. I'll wake up soon." "You can faint from anxiety." Lone Moon shook his head. As expected, pill cultivators were useless. He suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Shining. "What did you do this time?" "Ha! Meow meow meow." "Forget it." Lone Moon couldn't be bothered to ask anymore. It was more important to snatch the food. He finally had the upper hand today. Damn. "Chef, why are there still dishes in the kitchen, you scheming bee *tch. Tian-E was just too depressed for a moment and woke up after a short while. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a disciple lying beside him. His forelegs were spread out, and he was panting heavily. Bean-sized beads of sweat were dripping down like rain. His eyes were blank, and he looked as if his body had been hollowed out. There were also several spiritual swords that were faintly emitting sword chi stuck in the ground beside him. Tian-E got a fright and sat up subconsciously. The eyes of the person beside him moved a little, as if glancing at him, but there was no reaction. Then, he continued panting tiredly. Before he had time to think about what was going on, a male voice came from behind him. "Yo, you're finally awake." Tian-E was shocked. He subconsciously turned to look for the voice, only to realize that there were 3 people sitting behind him. On the left was a Foundation establishment cultivator wearing the uniform of a Gue disciple. Together with the disciple on the ground beside him, they should be the 2 disciples who were brought up to this floating peak. In the middle was the woman who stepped on a bunch of high-level spirit herbs that he had just seen at the foot of the mountain. His heart suddenly felt a sharp pain, and he immediately turned to look at the man on the far right. That man was dressed in blue and was pouring tea in his hand. His whole body was filled with sword chi, and there was a faint aura of a soul formation cultivator. He instantly understood that this was the soul formation sword cultivator who came to his door. His heart was filled with excitement. He immediately stood up and said, "May I ask, fellow Daoist, are you Supremacy I Ching?" I Ching passed the tea that he had poured to Shining beside him, then turned to look over and replied, Tian-E became even more excited, and said with some nervousness, "Then may I ask those spirit herbs at the foot of the mountain, or are they planted by Supremacy?" I Ching's face darkened, as if he thought of something. He replied after a while, "Sort of. To be precise, that meddlesome heavenly Tao grew them himself." The other party's eyes widened, as if unable to suppress the joy in his heart. He took a step forward and said, "Fellow Daoist I Ching." "No. Now you should call him junior brother I Ching, that spirit." "Who's your junior brother?" His face suddenly turned cold, and he stood up directly. "Little bitch, don't try to make connections, I'm Master's only disciple." "Ha!" Tian-E was stunned for a moment. Why did he suddenly get angry? But he had no choice but to continue. "Then, fellow Daoist, those spirit herbs at the foot of the mountain, can you sell them?" "I can offer." "Not selling." I Ching rejected instantly, who would sell them to little bitch. This. Tian Yi's face fell instantly, and he had the urge to cry. As a pill cultivator, seeing so many spirit herbs, it would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. What's more, there were many that he had always wanted but never had the chance to obtain. He originally wanted to see on account that they were from the same sect. Could he sell a few to him? However, he didn't expect this new venerable to have such an eccentric temper, directly rejecting him. Yet there was no other way, after all, they were his things. If he was a nascent soul cultivator, it would be alright, at most he would have to pay a little more, but he was also a soul formation cultivator, which soul formation supremacy of the sect did not treat him well, unless he was willing, even he could not ask for anything from him. Tian Yi's entire person was not good, the more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Supremacy I Ching, to be honest, among those spirit herbs, there are some that I have been looking for many years, but never had the chance to see. On account that we are from the same sect, sell me 10, no, 5. 3 is fine too. Just name a price, no matter how many spirit stones you have, I'm fine with it. Not selling. I Ching was still stubborn, looking even angrier. Lone Moon, who was watching the show at the side, instantly brightened. Spirit stones. Chef. Supremacy I Ching, on account of supremacy Tian Yi's sincerity, can you sell him a few? He stood up, with a kind expression as if he was trying to smooth things over, but turned and directly sent a voice transmission. Chef, sell it to him. Not selling. I Ching still sent back 2 words. F***ck, he really did not know the price of oil unless he was in charge. Why was he throwing a tantrum in front of such an important matter of earning money? Don't cause trouble, quickly sell it. Not selling. You've freaking grown up, haven't you? Lone Moon's face darkened, thinking that he could not control him. He turned and glared at the person beside him. Shening, say it. Ha. I'll approve the expenses for supper. Shen Ying's expression turned serious, and she turned her head seriously. Chef, sell. Yes master, no problem master. Lone Moon. Motherf ***. Sell. Chapter 659. Supremacy I Ching, I really need these spirit herbs, can you? Ah. Tian Yi, who was begging like he was on his deathbed, stared blankly, his eyes widened in disbelief. You agree. As for the specific spirit stones, you tell Nyo, tell him. He pointed at Lone Moon beside him, then picked up the empty plate of snacks on the table, turned and went back to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Good. Tian Yi looked like he had won a big prize, nodding repeatedly, his mind filled with the joy of getting rare and high-level spirit herbs. Even his eyes were shining when he looked at Lone Moon. Supremacy Tian Yi, why don't we go directly to the spirit herb field at the foot of the mountain, talk as we walk? He took 2 steps forward and made a forward gesture. That's great. Tian Yi naturally wanted to return to the foot of the mountain faster than anyone else. He was even more courteous to Lone Moon. Thank you, brother. He did not forget that he was the one who spoke up for him. That sword cultivator called I Ching only agreed. It was clear that he was not a small person in I Ching's heart, although he was only a foundation establishment cultivator, he had to be on good terms with him. Supremacy is too polite. Lone Moon immediately returned a bow, directly turning sideways to lead the way. Supremacy, this way please. So the 2 walked all the way down the mountain. For a moment, the entire courtyard was only left with Shening, who was sprawled on the dining table like mud, chewing on a fruit, and a certain 2 buck Swa who was beaten half to death and had yet to catch his breath. Swa Shuming silently looked in the direction where Lone Moon disappeared, his blank mind finally returned to his senses. Is Brother Lone Moon going out for something? That's great. He could finally rest for a while, at least he did not have to be beaten up for an entire day. He instantly had the urge to cry. It was great to be alive. Instantly, his whole body relaxed, he let out a long sigh, but before he could finish, a figure flashed in front of him, an even bigger sword body came over. Supremacy I Ching suddenly appeared beside him, glanced at him, then turned to pull out the spirit sword on the ground. No. Lone Moon instructed me to be your sparring partner in the afternoon. Get up, draw your sword. Swashumming. Are you guys demons? As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura rushed over and directly sent him flying. In the blink of an eye, his entire body seemed to have been blown away by the wind, and he began to repeatedly roll on the ground. Little brother, I wonder what your supremacy likes. Taking the opportunity to go down the mountain, Tian-Yi could not help but ask Lone Moon about I Ching. Perhaps if they could form a good relationship, they would be able to continue buying spirit herbs in the future. Lone Moon's eyes shifted. He thought for a moment before replying, supremacy, actually, for someone with a cultivation like my supremacies, and a sword cultivator at that, there aren't many things in the world that can interest him. Oh. Tian-Yi frowned. This was a little troublesome. But, speaking of hobbies, I do have one. Lone Moon's tone changed. Seeing that the other party's face lit up, he said, my supremacy is more special. He doesn't like anything else but spirit stones. What a special hobby. Who doesn't like spirit stones? However, loving spirit stones was good as well. As a level 9 alchemist, what he lacked the least was spirit stones. In other words, as long as he could afford it, he could still come here to buy spirit herbs in the future. Tian-Yi's heart instantly settled. Even the way he looked at Lone Moon became more friendly. Thinking of something, he directly took out a level 3 supreme grade Dharma artifact and handed it over. Thank you for your advice, little friend. This spirit sword of mine is just right for you to use. I forgot to accept it. Lone Moon glanced at the level 3 Dharma artifact but did not accept it. Instead, he asked directly, can this be exchanged for spirit stones? Tian-Yi. Were all the people taught by sword cultivators like this? The corner of his mouth twitched. He could only turn his hand and take out a small bag of spirit stones. Thank you, supremacy. Lone Moon accepted it very bluntly. A moment later, as if thinking of something, he lowered his voice and pretended to be mysterious. Supremacy, to be honest, my supremacy doesn't actually know alchemy. It's a waste to leave all these spirit herbs on the mountain. It's just that you're unlucky. Coincidentally, my supremacy is in a bad mood today. That's why he was unwilling to sell them previously. If you sincerely sell them, after 2 days when he's in a better mood, I can help to persuade him. By then, if you need the spirit herbs in this mountain, as long as you have spirit stones, anything can be negotiated. Tian-Yi was instantly overjoyed. He grabbed his hand and said, little friend, are you serious? Of course. That's great. He was so excited that his entire body trembled. He had thought that it was good enough to get 3 stalks. He did not expect that he still had a chance. He looked at Lone Moon's sparkling eyes. He looked like he wanted to immediately become sworn brothers with him. If it's really possible, I will not hesitate to help you if you need anything in the future. Well said, well said. Lone Moon's smile became more and more amiable. His brows formed a line. Come, let's talk about the price first. I'll have to trouble you with everything, little friend. 2 hours later. Tian-Yi carefully carried the 3 high-level spirit herbs. He hung an empty storage bag and returned to Dan Xia Mountain with a smile as if he had won the lottery. Once he entered the house, he instructed the personal disciple beside him. Quick, go to the alchemy room to prepare. I want to start refining the nascent soul pill immediately. Nascent soul pill. That disciple was also shocked. Master, you found the purple cloud Lingji. It's not just the purple cloud Lingji. Tian-Yi smiled so much that his mouth was crooked. Go quickly, go quickly. This spirit herb has just been taken out. Don't delay the time. Yes. The disciple nodded hurriedly and was about to go prepare. Tian-Yi seemed to have thought of something again. Hold on, go and inform the Heaven Expanse sect that they ordered 3 nascent formation elixirs from me 3 years ago. Ask them to bring their spirit stones to collect the elixirs in half a month. There were at least 10 elixirs in one cauldron. The disciple nodded. Also, Tian-Yi thought about it and instructed solemnly. The deposit that Heaven Yen sect gave previously, send it all to the floating peak above and hand it over to a little friend called Lone Moon. Remember, the amount cannot be wrong, understand? Yes, master. The disciple then walked out. He had already agreed with little friend Lone Moon that he would help him negotiate with that supremacy I Ching and let him sell the spirit herb to him. He helped him so enthusiastically. As a soul formation cultivator, he naturally could not take advantage of his little disciple's favor. Originally, he was still thinking about how to repay him. He did not expect him to take the initiative to suggest that he only need to give him 30% of the profits from the elixirs he refined using the spirit herb. At the thought of this, Tian-Yi could not help but sigh. A disciple who had just reached foundation establishment did not ask for cultivation techniques or dharma artifacts. He only asked for some spirit stones as a token of goodwill. He must have said so because he was afraid that he would be put in a difficult position. What a good person. He really did not misjudge him. Supremacy Tian-Yi, who regarded spirit stones as dirt and only focused on refining elixirs, expressed that even if the other party's cultivation was low, he would definitely befriend him. Whoever bullied him in the future would be going against him, Tian-Yi. At the top of the highest floating peak. Ah Choo. Lone Moon, who had easily earned a large sum of money, rubbed his nose and faintly felt a chill on his back. Who was talking about him? Father Nyo, the funds for supper. Shining confidently reached out her claw to bite him. Got it. When have I ever been short of you? Lone Moon then took out a bag of spirit stones and handed it over. He looked around. Where's Chef? Went out to buy groceries. Shining stuffed the spirit stones into the bag. Oh. Lone Moon nodded. Just as he was about to enter the house, he suddenly felt that something was missing. He looked at the yard again and remembered. Then where's Tu Bok Swa? It's hanging there. Shining pointed. Hanging. Lone Moon subconsciously looked over. On the big tree opposite, a piece of human-shaped cured meat was hanging on a high branch, swaying against the wind. The person's eyes had already turned white and he had completely fainted. And the entire tree, starting from the roots at the bottom, was filled with densely packed spirit swords. The topmost one was even tightly stuck to Tu Bok Swa's buttocks. It seemed that if it was an inch off, he would not be hanging on the tree, but nailed to the tree. Lone Moon, what happened to sparring? How was this sparring? This was obviously a one-sided beating, right? Chapter 660. Ever since Chef joined Gue-Yi's sect, the 3 of them lived on the tallest floating peak. Their daily mission was to teach Tu Bok Swa's sword techniques. Lone Moon originally wanted to set up a sword array like before and let him figure it out himself. But Tu Bok Swa's foundation was really too poor, plus he only started cultivating the sword after Foundation establishment and just happened to be in the late stages of Foundation establishment. If he was directly thrown into the sword array, he would probably die on the first level. So Lone Moon had to do it himself. Although Two-Bucks-Swo was not qualified, he was still considered diligent, even if he was beaten half to death every day. The next day, he still came up with a sword bitterly. A few years had passed, although his sword techniques were still very touching, but fortunately his resistance to beatings had improved a lot. He already had the constitution of a sword cultivator who could not be beaten to death. Lone Moon was still a little relieved despite his disdain. And although Two-Bucks-Swo's cultivation did not improve much these few years, the spirit chi in his body was more condensed. He just lacked an opportunity to form his core. Gue sect Master Yulwan also seemed to see that I Ching did not like to be disturbed by others, other than coming over from time to time to ask if I Ching needed to recruit a few more disciples into the peak. He did not mention it again after being rejected. Of course, it could also be because there were really no other sword cultivator disciples in the sect. Only Tian Yi from Dan Xia Mountain still came up to find Lone Moon reluctantly. The more they chatted, the more they got along, especially Tian Yi. Every time he would look like he wanted to become sworn brothers with Lone Moon, calling him Brother Lone Moon. Although he would be cheated of a sum of spirit stones every time, he still enjoyed it. Shu Yi, on the other hand, was quiet. It was said that he went into seclusion after becoming Tianji's disciple. As for Tianji, perhaps because he was embarrassed that day, he unexpectedly became low-key. The two did not leave Dan Xia Mountain again, even the system's small radio station rarely broadcast. Just when they thought that they still had to live a long time of eating, sleeping, fighting and occasionally eating more to cheat Tian Yi, Yulwan suddenly came to find them with a serious expression. Fiendish cultivator Zhong Yi. I Ching frowned. That's right. Yulwan nodded and said anxiously, 500 years ago, his frigid dark fire once destroyed the entire Huang Yu sect. None of the 3,000 disciples of Huang Yu sect escaped. Now that he has appeared again, I'm afraid he's going to cause trouble again. Sect Master, how can you be sure that the person who appeared in Yuanyang City is this person? Lone Moon could not help but ask. Of course. Yulwan took a look at him and sighed. That deviant flame that appeared in the forest outside Yuanyang City is exactly the same as the one that appeared when Imperial Universe sect was annihilated back then. Moreover, 3 days ago, the Peak Lord of Danjin Peak, Daoist Master Yuzi, just happened to pass by there, so he sent a message saying that he was going to investigate, but he never came back. His brows furrowed even deeper, his face full of worry. What about his life token? The life tablet didn't break. Yulwan replied, it's just that his soul lamp is extremely weak, I'm afraid. He didn't continue, but it was obvious that the other party had met with quite a bit of trouble and probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. So you hope that Che Supremacy I Ching can go and take a look. Lone Moon corrected himself. Yulwan nodded and said anxiously and worriedly, Uncle Master I Ching, that fiendish cultivator's whereabouts are unfathomable. 500 years ago, all the sects worked together to find no trace of him. At that time, he had just formed his nascent soul, but now we don't know what his cultivation is. Now in our sect, Uncle Master Tian Ji is in seclusion, and Uncle Master Tian Yi is at a critical moment of pill refinement. He can't be interrupted. I can only be bold enough to ask you to come out of seclusion. He stood up and bowed solemnly, then added, that Zhong Yi suddenly appeared within the boundaries of my Gue sect. He must be plotting something. Now that perfected Yuzi's whereabouts are unknown, I have no choice but to. Chef turned back to look at Lone Moon, then answered, it's not difficult for me to make a trip there, but how am I going to find that perfected Yuzi? He didn't know him. Yulwan's expression lit up. This is junior brother Yuzi's life token, there's a drop of his blood essence on it. As long as you reach Yuanyang City, within a radius of 100 miles, you can sense his location. He took out a jade token and said, Uncle Master I Ching only needs this life token to definitely be able to. Before he could finish, he suddenly heard a cracking sound. The life token in his hand instantly broke into two. A wisp of death chi floated out faintly. Yuan's expression instantly turned pale, his body unsteady as he sat back down, his face full of sorrow. He sighed. Looks like I'm still a step too late. The life token breaking proved that the other party had already died. Lone Moon and I Ching were also silent, they didn't expect this to happen. That Yuanyang City, I'll go take a look. I Ching replied, the person he was looking for had died, but the matter of the fiendish cultivator was still unresolved. After all, they were now considered part of Gui's sect, it was reasonable for them to go take a look. Thank you, Uncle Master. Yuan nodded with a bitter smile. He suddenly thought of something and said, but there's no hurry now, wait for me to take inventory of some disciples and follow Uncle Master. I Ching frowned. I can go alone, there's no need for others. If there really were fiendish cultivators, they would also be a burden. Uncle Master has misunderstood. Yuan hurriedly explained, many of the people in Yuanyang City were injured by that deviant fire and infected with evil qi. Yuanyang City is an immortal city under my Gui sect. My sect cannot sit back and do nothing, so I intend to send a batch of disciples over to help them get rid of the evil qi. This journey is dangerous, so I'd like to ask Uncle Master to escort them. So that was the case. I Ching nodded. All right. Then thank you, Uncle Master. Yuan cupped his fists again, as if he didn't expect the other party to be so easy to talk to. Then I'll inform the various peaks to do a head count, we'll set off tomorrow morning. With that said, he didn't stay any longer, he turned and flew away with a solemn expression. Yuan's speed was very fast, perhaps because this matter was indeed very urgent. The second day at dawn, a disciple came to inform them that they were about to set off. Thinking that this was a good chance to train, so Lone Moon brought 2 bucks along. The moment they arrived at the main peak where they gathered, they saw a large group of disciples gathered in front of the hall from afar, roughly 40 to 50 of them. Most of them were Golden Core and Foundation Establishment disciples, there was even a nascent soul cultivator leading them. He even looked a little familiar. It was Dan Chen Peak Lord Shu Yuan. Lone Moon turned to look, indeed Shu Yi was there too. Greetings, Uncle Master I Ching. Shu Yuan cupped his fists respectfully and bowed. The other disciples also bowed. Greetings, Grand Uncle Master. I Ching nodded, he didn't dawdle and directly followed everyone onto the spirit ship, heading towards Yuanyang City. Yuanyang City wasn't far from Gui's sect, but with so many people on the spirit ship, it would take about 2 hours. Lone Moon subconsciously glanced at the invader. Indeed, he discovered that her gaze still swept past Zhou Shuming from time to time, her expression extremely complicated, as if she was looking at him with disdain and some resentment. He didn't know what she was thinking about, she didn't turn on the broadcast, for a moment he couldn't guess her motive. Is this fellow Daoist? Lone Moon. Suddenly a disciple walked over from the side, his attitude was very respectful as he bowed towards Lone Moon. The other party was dressed in a blue disciple robe, there were special patterns on the sleeves, looks like he was an advanced disciple of each peak. I am. Lone Moon nodded. This senior brother is. The other party's expression lit up, he immediately introduced himself. I am Dan Xia, Peak Disciple Chen Lin. I'm here on Master's orders to bring something for fellow Daoist Lone Moon. Lone Moon was stunned, Dan Xia Peak. Tian Yi. Chapter 661. Master knew that fellow Daoist Lone Moon was going to Yuanyang City, just in case, he prepared some useful items for you. As he spoke, he opened his storage bag and took out a bunch of bottles. This is a blood-clotting pill, this is a spirit-returning pill, this is a chi condensation pill, this is a poison-resisting pill. He stuffed everything over, and finally looked around, handing over an especially small and exquisite bottle. He lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "This is a 9th grade 9 revolution soul-returning pill. Master said he only has one left. As long as he still has one breath left, eating this pill can save him. Fellow Taoist must keep it well." Lone Moon, Ching, Shining. Suddenly, 2 pairs of suspicious squinted eyes were fixed on Lone Moon. "Oh, shut up." Lone Moon turned back and glared at the 2. "I didn't do anything, alright." *2, your sister. What's with that look that says I'm a kept woman? Get rid of that ambiguous wavy line. Don't think too much. How would he know what was wrong with old man Tian-Yi, suddenly sending people to give him so many pills? He was just a proper businessman, bluffing according to procedures, who knew that old man Tian-Yi really believed him. He suddenly felt a little guilty. What's going on? Fellow Taoist Lone Moon. Seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, Chen Lin couldn't help but remind him. His eyes were full of envy. This was a 9 revolution soul-returning pill. Master didn't even give it to him. It was clear that this person had a close relationship with Master. Thank you, senior brother." Lone Moon's mouth twitched, then he took it. "Fellow Taoist is too polite." Chen Lin hurriedly waved his hand. "Fellow Taoist and my master are of the same generation. I really don't deserve to be called senior brother." He. If there's nothing else, fellow Taoist, I'll take my leave first." Glancing at the pills in his hand, he reminded, "Please keep these pills well, fellow Taoist." With that said, he turned and left. Lone Moon, he had cheated many people, but this was the first time he saw someone who liked to be cheated so much. He couldn't bear it. Forget it, next time he buys spirit herbs, I'll give him a 9% discount. Here. He turned his hand and shoved these elixirs to $2 Swa beside him. Swa Shuming faltered. He hurriedly caught it so that it did not fall to the ground. "Lone Moon, this is." "Take it. Put it away." Although these things were useless to him, to a true foundation establishment cultivator like $2 Swa, they were really effective. Moreover, all kinds of elixirs were prepared. "But Supremacy Tian-Yi gave it to you. I told you to take it, so take it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Don't you know who's the weakest here?" Why did it feel like Brother Lone Moon's mood had suddenly turned sour, and why did he feel like he was being looked down upon? After thinking about it, Swa Shuming could only silently keep it in his storage bag. Forget it, at most he would keep it for Brother Lone Moon first. When he needed it, he would return it to him. Perhaps it was because the situation was really urgent. The journey that was supposed to take 2 hours, they had already reached Yuanyang City half an hour earlier. From afar, they could see that the entire immortal city was covered in a gray evil aura. And wisps of icy cold chi were surging over from the east of the city. The entire immortal city did not have many people either. It seemed rather deserted. Shu Yuan, who was leading the team, frowned. He got off the boat first and immediately activated the immortal city's protective barrier. In the next instant, the array formation in the city lit up. A layer of transparent barrier rose up and protected the entire immortal city within it. The icy cold chi that kept surging over was also isolated outside. When everyone got off, there were already 7 to 8 cultivators waiting in the middle of the city. Perfected Shu Yuan. The one at the front was the city lord. When he saw everyone, his face lit up and he immediately came forward to welcome them. He saw I Ching at the side and was stunned. This This is Supremacy I Ching. Shu Yuan introduced. Supremacy. The other party was shocked and hurriedly bowed again. City Lord Yuan, how's the situation in the city now? Shu Yuan hurriedly asked. The other party then answered, replying perfected, most of the people in the city who were invaded by the evil Qi are ordinary mortals. There are a total of more than 1,000 people. There are also some righteous cultivators who accidentally entered the forest. Especially yesterday, there was a group of cultivators who happened to be coming from the border city. They passed by the forest and were even injured by the deviant fire. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for long. You mean that the deviant fire hasn't been extinguished? Shu Yuan was shocked. Indeed not. The city lord's face was also full of worry. His brows furrowed even deeper. Yuanyang City was an immortal city under Guai City. Most of the people doing business in the city were outer sect disciples of Guai sect. The people in the city had naturally been protected by Guai sect. Listening to the city lord's description, it seemed that the matter this time was more serious than imagined. This time, the sect has sent 40 disciples over. Quickly bring them to remove the evil Qi for the injured people in the city. Yes, perfected one. The city lord hurriedly responded. Shu Yuan turned back and gave a few instructions to the crowd, asking them to definitely not leave the city. Only then did he let everyone disperse with the city lord to see the injured people. With that said, he turned to look at I Ching beside him. Supremacy, what do you think? I'll go take a look at the place where the deviant fire is. You stay here. With that said, I Ching did not waste any more time. He exchanged a look with Lone Moon and directly flew up on his sword. He brought Shining and headed towards the direction where the cold Qi was surging from the east. Almost at the instant they left the city, they felt a wave of cold Qi coming towards them. The further east they went into the forest, the heavier the cold Qi became. It even faintly carried a chill that seemed to invade one's soul. After flying for less than a while, there was a burning smell in the air. From afar, they could see a patch of charred black in front of them. They could also faintly see traces of white flames spreading outwards. That flame was extremely special. It was different from all other flames. It had no temperature at all. It even carried a chill. It was more like ice than fire. But wherever it passed, it could burn everything. This was, I Ching was shocked and subconsciously exclaimed. Dark fire. Asterisk 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 at the same time, in Yuanyang City, a disciple who was planning to help a cultivator who was burnt by the deviant fire had just transmitted a trace of spirit Qi into the other party. Instantly, a white flame shot out from the other party's body. Ah! The disciple screamed. It was already too late to retreat. Instantly, his entire arm was surrounded by flames. This junior brother, Swashuming, who happened to be at the side, was shocked. He subconsciously wanted to pull the person away. Lone Moon reacted quickly. He pulled the person back. Then, he took a step forward and pressed down on the other party's burning right hand. He activated his god power and swept over. Only then did that white flame extinguish. His expression darkened instantly. Why would dark fire appear in the mortal realm? Chapter 662. What's going on? Shu Yuan noticed the commotion and walked in quickly. He looked at the patient on the bed whose breathing was getting weaker, then looked at the disciple who was already sitting on the ground in fear. What happened? Uncle Master Shu Yuan. The disciple paused for a moment, then came back to his senses and answered with some fear, fire. The fire on this person's body is contagious. The moment I activated my spirit Qi, the fire spread to my body. What? Shu Yuan was shocked. His expression darkened as he thought of something. He immediately turned to the disciple beside him and said, "Quick! Tell those disciples who are treating the burned people to stop." "Yes." The disciple quickly ran out to inform them. Unfortunately, he was still one step too late. A total of 17 people were burned by the residual fire in the forest. 6 of the disciples did not have time to treat them and were saved. The other disciples had already started treating them. Unfortunately, all of them were burned by the fire on their bodies and were seriously injured. Not only did they not save the people, but they also lost 10 disciples. Shu Yuan was so worried that his brows were knitted together. He did not expect that the people who were burned by the frigid dark fire would still have residual fire in their bodies and that it would even counterattack. One had to know that the people who were treating these people were all Golden Core disciples. They were considered the backbone of the sect. Now that 10 of them had died, how could he not be heartbroken? At this moment, his intestines were green with regret. Yet he did not know how to treat them. Lone Moon's face darkened. The so-called icy dark fire was actually dark fire. It came from the underworld, a deviant fire that attracted dead souls. This kind of fire was extremely cold and could directly burn souls. Not to mention these cultivators from the lower world, even immortals from the upper world would not be able to withstand it. But how did this fire come to the mortal world and how did it get caught by a fiendish cultivator? Just as he was thinking, a familiar broadcast sounded beside him. Ding! Analysis complete. High energy residue body. Host, this is something from another region of this plane. It can burn everything, even souls. That fire is so powerful. Shu Yi was shocked. It's in deviant fire indeed. It's a pity that the host only encountered this little bit of heat. It's not even a flame. If only you could collect more of it. There's more than one person who was burned here. Shu Yi's eyes lit up. When the time comes, we just need to collect more from them. But even so, I can only gather a small amount of the flames. I still need to find the source of the fire before I can fully control it. Don't worry. As long as I have this flame, that person's deviant fire will no longer be able to hurt me. He won't be able to escape. Shu Yi's expression was one of determination. He hurt my master, so he has to pay the price. Besides, he's seriously injured now, and I have the magic tool that master gave me, so I shouldn't be able to run far. Lone Moon frowned. She was here for the fiendish cultivator, and from her tone, she seemed to have seen the fiendish cultivator before. But we can't leave the city. How are we going to find that person? They don't have an isolated space, so they won't be able to deal with this deviant flame in a short time. There's still a lot of time. Tonight, I'll quietly collect the residual fire from these people, then I'll find a chance to sneak out to look for them. Shu Yi's face was full of confidence. On the other hand, Shu Yuan's face was full of worry. He anxiously paced back and forth in front of the burned disciples. He wanted to help, but he couldn't. He could only look at the disciple beside him and ask, "Have you eaten the elixirs?" "I've already fed them." The disciple answered. But, the body-seeping elixir can only temporarily protect their primordial spirits from being burned by the flames in their bodies. It can't completely heal their injuries. What should we do? Shu Yuan became even more anxious. Lone Moon glanced at the happy Shu Yi. He couldn't help but want to cause some trouble. He stepped forward and reminded, "Why don't we wait for Supremacy I Ching to come back and take a look?" He was only a Foundation Establishment disciple now. Naturally, he couldn't do anything directly. He could only wait for Chef. Shu Yuan was stunned. Then he remembered I Ching. His expression calmed down. That's right. Supremacy will definitely have a way. He heaved a sigh of relief. But he was still a little worried. After all, this wasn't deviant fire. There were no traces of the fiendish cultivator in the forest. Chef returned very quickly. Almost the moment he returned to the city, he was hurriedly pulled over by Shu Yuan. "Uncle Master I Ching, please take a look at these disciples. They can't hold on much longer." I Ching was stunned. He subconsciously turned to look at Lone Moon. Lone Moon directly transmitted 2 words. "Dark fire." I Ching understood instantly. He entered the room and saw more than 10 people lying inside. Their bodies were charred black. It was as if something inside their bodies was constantly eating away at their bodies. Their expressions were extremely painful. "Uncle Master I Ching, they were deviant - Shu Yuan was about to explain. But I Ching directly turned his hand. Immediately, a large patch of glaring red flames appeared. It directly enveloped the 10 people in the room. With a series of crackling sounds, white flames seemed to rise from the disciples' bodies. Then, they directly dissipated. He withdrew his hand. The fire in the room was instantly extinguished. It was as if it had never existed. Not even a strand of hair on the people in the room was burned. But their expressions were much more relaxed. Shu Yuan went forward to feel their pulse. Only then did he realize that the deviant fire in their bodies had already disappeared. "Uncle Master." Shu Yuan was completely stunned. What was that fire just now? It could actually directly extinguish the dark fire. "Uncle Master, you also have a deviant fire." The corner of I Ching's mouth twitched. He bit the bullet and nodded. Yes. What was in deviant fire? That was his true phoenix fire. That's great. Thank you, Uncle Master, for helping. Shu Yuan's heart relaxed. Not only because all the disciples were saved, but because Uncle Master I Ching's deviant fire could actually suppress the fiendish cultivator Zhong Yi's dark fire. This way, their Gue Yi sect would not have to worry about Zhong Yi harming the sect. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Only Shu Yi's face darkened. What's going on? Why can he deal with that deviant fire? The heat in the target's body has completely disappeared. Perhaps because it encountered a higher energy heat, it was dispersed. Higher energy. Are you saying that the deviant fire in his body is stronger? She had not even started to collect it when it was dispersed. You can say that. Shu Yi's face turned green. So the opportunity that was right in front of her disappeared just like that. But there was nothing she could do. I wonder if Uncle Master has found any traces of Zhong Yi outside the city. Shu Yuan thought of serious business and turned to ask. No. I Ching shook his head. He is no longer in that forest. He only left behind some deviant fire that had not been completely burnt. I wonder what this fiendish cultivator is up to. He suddenly appeared near Gue Yi's sect and killed a nascent soul elder. Now, he disappeared without a trace. Shu Yuan's frown deepened. He was getting more and more worried. He could only urge the disciples to speed up the treatment process so that they could return to the sect as soon as possible. After all, they were only Foundation Establishment and Golden Core disciples. If anything happened, they would not be able to stop it. Chapter 663. Nightfall. Lone Moon told the two of them what he had heard in the morning. That fiendish cultivator who can use the dark fire knows Tianji. I Ching paused. I'm afraid it's not just that. Lone Moon shook his head. From what the intruder said, the two of them had already fought. Tianji even seemed injured. The demonic chi on his body earlier must have something to do with this fiendish cultivator. So he appeared this time to seek revenge on Tianji. Chef frowned. If that's the case, why didn't he go straight to Gui's sect? Why did he hide in this small city and even kill a nascent soul elder? Wasn't he trying to attract attention by creating so much hatred? Or did this fiendish cultivator really think he was invincible? Maybe he's not seeking revenge. Shining suddenly said. The two of them paused. What did she mean? If he's not seeking revenge, why is he doing this? Lone Moon blurted out. He came all the way to Gui's sect's immortal city. Could he be fleeing? He paused halfway through his sentence. His eyes widened. You're not going to say that he didn't go to Gui's sect to cause trouble, but escape from Gui's sect, are you? Shining took a bite of her fruit. Isn't it obvious? Holy shit. How was it obvious? He thought about the broadcast carefully and realized that it was really possible. Shu Yi seemed to have known about the dark fire from the start and wanted to collect it for her own use. Tianji even gave her a Dharma artifact specially used to deal with the fiendish cultivator. They were too well prepared. If that wasn't because they were very familiar with the fiendish cultivator, what was it? Initially, he thought that it was because Tianji had fought with the fiendish cultivator. Now, it seemed that it wasn't just that. Shu Yi's confident look clearly showed that she did not think much of the fiendish cultivator. A golden core cultivator was not afraid of a fiendish cultivator who was at least a nascent soul cultivator. That proved that she had absolute confidence that the fiendish cultivator would not be able to hurt her. Perhaps it wasn't just because of the system. In other words, the biggest possibility was that the fiendish cultivator was also seriously injured. This injury was obviously caused by Tianji. However, they had been in Gui's sect for so long. However, he had never sensed a demonic cultivator barging in, let alone a deity transformation cultivator and a nascent soul cultivator. It was impossible for there to be no movement at all. All these years, Tianji had never left Gui's sect. When did they fight? If it wasn't recently, it was definitely before they entered Gui's sect. That would be interesting. They had been in Gui's sect for a few years now. Zhongyi had been seriously injured for so many years, but he had not recovered at all. Even a golden essence cultivator was not afraid of him. That was impossible. Unless someone was watching him at all times, not letting him recover. This person was none other than Tianji. In other words, Zhongyi might have been in Gui's sect from the start. He appeared in Yuanyang City, not to find trouble with Gui's sect, but to escape from Gui's sect. Why would Tianji capture a fiendish cultivator and hide him in the sect? Lone Moon did not understand. Was this man crazy? Fiendish cultivators and Dao cultivators have completely different systems. Furthermore, he's a soul formation cultivator. What could a nascent soul fiendish cultivator have that he covets? He stopped mid-sentence as he suddenly thought of something. It's the nether fire. He almost forgot that he was a core cultivator. Didn't he need the nether fire? No wonder Yuan and Tian Yi often complained about this soul formation uncle master. He was arrogant and did not care about anything in the sect. Not only did he not accept disciples, he did not even help to refine the pills in the sect. Only Tian Yi had a hard time refining pills every day. Now that he thought about it, it was not that he did not want to refine pills. It was because he had not completely refined the nether fire on the fiendish cultivator. That was why he could not refine pills and could not kill him. He did not accept disciples probably because he was afraid that others would find traces of the fiendish cultivator. The key was that he seemed to have failed. Not only did he escape, he almost became a fiendish cultivator. The more Lone Moon thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt. This invader really found a good backer that was similar to him. Almost as unlucky. The invader went out. I Ching suddenly said. Lone Moon was stunned. He immediately said, "Follow him." The three of them flashed and disappeared from the house in the next moment. They were about to follow Shu Yi's aura when they realized that the aura was suddenly cut off. The three of them lost their direction. Lone Moon's face darkened. He knew that it was the system's doing. How were they going to find her now? Just as they were thinking about whether to split up and look for her, an especially clear broadcast sounded in the sky above the silent immortal city. It immediately pointed the direction for the three of them. "Host, I have already shielded all your aura. No one can find you now." The three of them who had already found her, they had never seen such a cooperative invader. The three of them flew over. Indeed, they saw Shu Yi, who was about to leave the city. The strange thing was that she was not heading towards the forest in the east where the nether fire appeared. Instead, she was heading in the opposite direction towards the west. She was holding something in her hand. From time to time, red light shone from it. It looked like a Dharma artifact that was used to find directions. She headed all the way to the west. After a while, she stopped in a dark and quiet place. She could faintly see undulating mounds of soil around her. This was a graveyard. "It's here. 001, scan this area." "Host. I did not expect to find any living beings. They should have been shielded. Master said that this demon, Zhongyi, is best at array formations. He should be hiding." She scanned the graveyard in front of her. He really knows how to hide. If not for Master's thoughtfulness and preparation of this tracking seal, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to find him. She laughed coldly and walked directly towards the graveyard. She even deliberately lightened her footsteps and stared at the direction indicated by the Dharma artifact in her hand. The three of them who were in the air exchanged a look. They directly used their divine perception to scan the area. Instantly, they found that on the right side, there was a graveyard overgrown with weeds. There was a trace of the evil aura of a fiendish cultivator. They could faintly see a figure curled up in a coffin underground. Because it was a graveyard, the death aura and evil aura were mixed together and it was extremely difficult to distinguish. Yet, it did not escape the three of them. Indeed, in a short while, Shu Yi had already turned and walked towards the right. She looked around and stopped in front of the most inconspicuous graveyard that was overgrown with weeds. Lone Moon was hesitating whether to make a move. Shu Yi, on the other hand, looked delighted. A strange light flashed in her eyes. Without hesitation, she took out a Dharma artifact and chanted a spell. She was about to activate the Dharma artifact and throw it out. Soon, that deviant fire would be hers. Senior Sister Shu. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the side and grabbed Shu Yi's hand. She lost her grip, and the artifact fell to the ground with a thud, landing right on her feet. Ow! Shu Yi cried out in pain. She lifted one foot and jumped a few times on the spot. Only then did she see who it was. Swa Shuming. Senior Sister Shu, what are you doing here? Swa Shuming looked at her blankly. His expression was one of concern. It's very dangerous at night. You. Why are you here? Shu Yi was completely stunned. I chased you all the way here. Swa Shuming said matter-of-factly. I'm on night duty tonight. I'm guarding the West City Gate. When I saw you leave the city, I followed you. What happened to you, Senior Sister Shu? Why are you limping? Are you alright, Senior Sister Shu? Don't scare me. Shu Yi, Lone Moon, Qing, Shining, how did this fellow get here? Indeed, Swa Shuming was born to counter this invader, wasn't he? Chapter 664. With Shu Yi's delay, the demonic cultivator hiding below had already sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a white light flashed and a large amount of white flames, carrying with them an icy aura, rushed out from the graveyard in front of them, illuminating their surroundings with a snow-white light. The ground immediately cracked and the flames rushed towards the two of them like a tidal wave. Ding! High energy source detected. Shu Yi's eyes were filled with joy. She urged in her heart, "Quick! 001, isolate this deviant flame and capture it." As she spoke, she stretched out her hand towards the flames. Faint specks of light appeared in her hand and she was about to touch the dark flames. "Senior Sister Shu, be careful." Swishuming suddenly flew towards Shu Yi. Instantly, he sent her flying 4 to 5 feet away from the range of the dark flames. As he used too much force, he crashed into the sticky mud at the side. Ding! Out of range, capture failed. There are 4 hours left until the next isolation period. The three of them watching from above. Were they really unnecessary? ______. Yet, Swishuming did not seem to notice anything. He summoned his spirit sword and waved it around to block the endless flames. At the same time, he asked worriedly, "Senior Sister Shu, are you all right?" This deviant flame suddenly appeared. Could it be that the fiendish cultivator is here? It's too dangerous. Senior Sister Shu. Senior Sister Shu, answer me. A while later. Shu Yi's grip tightened. She used both hands to pull her face out of the ground. Her entire face was covered in mud. Boundless rage erupted from her body. She was so angry that her entire body seemed to be on fire. She summoned a spirit sword and charged towards Swishuming. "I'll kill you." Swishuming was shocked. He could only turn around to block her attack. He looked confused. "Senior Sister Shu, why are you doing this? The fiendish cultivator is over there." "Host, calm down. He can't die yet. The original owner's resentment has not dissipated yet." 001 panicked and hurriedly spoke up. "To hell with your resentment." Shu Yi had completely lost her mind. She raised her sword and slashed at Swishuming. She had forgotten all about spells and sword techniques. "I want to kill him. I must kill him. I have to kill him. Host, this mission will fail. To hell with your mission. Host. Host, be careful." 001 suddenly cried out in alarm. Taking advantage of the internal conflict between the two, the demonic cultivator emerged from the ground. With a wave of his hand, streams of demonic energy condensed into black wind blades mixed with white nether flames flew towards the two. Shu Yi's heart turned cold. Only then did he react. He quickly took out the Dharma artifact and threw it out. With a flash of red light from the magic tool, the demonic cultivator's movements suddenly trembled as if he was in great pain. His entire body curled up into a ball and let out a blood-curdling scream. Even the surrounding white flames became sluggish. "It was you." The fiendish cultivator seemed to understand something. His eyes turned red and his face contorted even more. It was filled with hatred, as if he wanted to eat Shu Yi alive. Tianji. Tianji sent you here. I'm going to kill you." He roared angrily, and his eyes turned even redder. As if he had made up his mind, he suddenly gritted his teeth and stabbed his hand into his chest. Blood flowed everywhere. Swishuming and Shu Yi were stunned. They did not know why he was suddenly hurting himself. The blood on his chest suddenly turned black. In the next moment, thick black chi exploded from his body and spread out in all directions. It spread out in all directions, and waves of bone-chilling cold air came rushing over. The three people in the air frowned. This was demonic chi. Shu Yi's heart sank. Suddenly, she heard a crack. The round Dharma artifact above her head suddenly broke and fell to the ground. The red light that was suppressing the fiendish cultivator also disappeared. She was shocked. How was this possible? She could not help but panic. The expression of the demonic cultivator, Zhong Yi, who had originally hated Shu Yi to the bone, suddenly calmed down, and his entire person became even more sinister. A strange smile appeared on his skinny, skeleton-like face, as if he had become a different person in an instant. He suddenly opened his mouth and muttered, "Revenge. As you wish." But he was not talking to the two people in front of him. It was as if he was talking to himself. The system's voice rang in her ears. "Warning. Danger. Danger. Detected a creature from a higher region in this plane. Host, please move quickly." Shu Yi felt a chill run down her spine. Her hair stood on end. She vaguely felt that the person in front of her was no longer Zhong Yi. But it was too late to run now. The other party raised his hand. Countless black chi surged towards them with a frightening murderous aura. Wherever it passed, even the grass and trees withered and withered. Shushuming's expression darkened. He tightened his grip on his sword. "Senior Sister Shu, hurry back and inform." Before he could finish speaking, Shu Yi had already crushed the teleportation talisman in her hand. In the next moment, a white light shone and enveloped her entire body. She was about to disappear. The fiendish cultivator suddenly snorted. Trying to run. The black demonic chi swept over. The white light on Shu Yi's body dissipated. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. She remained in her original position. "Senior Sister Shu." Shushuming's sword moved again. He immediately swung the demonic chi away. But it was useless. The demonic chi around them became even thicker. The fiendish cultivator's expression darkened. He laughed coldly. "As the price of sacrifice, none of you can escape." With that said, the sky full of demonic chi surged towards them. It looked like the two of them were about to be swallowed. The three people who had been watching from above finally landed. I Ching waved his hand. Instantly, sword chi flowed in all directions. The originally pitch-black demonic chi dissipated instantly. "Hey, $2, are you alright?" Lone Moon turned back to look. "Brother Lone Moon." $2 faltered. When he saw I Ching in front of him, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. "Supremacy. Who are you?" "The fiendish cultivator." "No, he should be called a demon now." He looked at I Ching with some fear. I Ching did not reply. He was just an earth demon. He had no interest in talking at all. Lone Moon also turned to the two people behind him. "It's too dangerous here. You guys hurry back to the city." "No." Shushuming retorted subconsciously. Shu Yi's expression darkened. As if afraid of exposing something, she immediately took out another teleportation talisman and crushed it. In the next moment, she disappeared on the spot. "I asked you to leave. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" "Hindrance. How can I leave Brother Lone Moon here?" Shushuming still refused to move. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He sighed. Then, he pulled the person who was chewing on a fruit beside him. "Then take good care of her. Don't lose her." Shushuming. Was Miss Shen some valuable item? She needed to be taken care of. Shening. Son of AB*TCH. Chapter 665. Who are you people? The demon looked at them coldly and frowned slightly, as if dissatisfied with their sudden interruption. But he didn't think much of them. Forget it, none of you can escape anyway. They didn't answer. Lone Moon stepped forward and asked, "You're an earth demon, right?" The demon paused and looked at him in surprise. "I didn't think that there would be someone in this mortal realm who could recognize my true form. I kind of want to leave your corpses intact." "Enough." Lone Moon interrupted her and asked, "Don't pretend. Tell me, where did you get the dark fire?" "Humph. Arrogant and ignorant mortal." The demon was angry. He snorted and said, "Do you think you can be so arrogant with a soul formation cultivator here? Not to mention that you have not become immortals. Even if an exalted immortal from the upper realm is here, my dark fire can still burn him clean." With that said, he raised his hand and a ball of white flame appeared in his palm. Lone Moon's face darkened. Were all demons like this? He felt uncomfortable if he didn't get beaten up. The corner of his mouth twitched. He turned to look at I Ching and said, "Chef, do it. The kind that leaves us some breathing space." Chef waved his hand and summoned a spirit sword. "Humph. You overestimate yourself." The earth demon waved his hand and a white flame rushed toward them. It looked like it was about to burn I Ching, but in the next moment, a fiery wall of fire suddenly appeared. It had an aura that could burn everything, and it burned back at them. In an instant, the white flame seemed to be swallowed up by a spark and was extinguished with a few pops. How is this possible? The demon was completely stunned. His heart sank, and he subconsciously took a step back. Immediately afterward, the overwhelming sword chi pressed down on him. It was so dense that he didn't even have the space to breathe. He felt a chill in his heart, and cold sweat covered his entire back. The confidence he had just now was instantly shattered into pieces. This terrifying power was not the power of the lower realm. No. Not even the upper realm. His underworld fire had been completely extinguished, and the fiery red flames were about to burn his body. Old Demon instantly, without any hesitation, fell to his knees and shouted, "I was wrong. Exalted Goddess, please spare me. If there's anything that Exalted Goddess needs to know, I'll definitely tell you everything I know. Please give me a chance to speak, Exalted Goddess." I Ching, Lone Moon, Shining, Swishuming, sure enough, being tactful was a basic virtue that every demon must have. "Straight face, tell me, what's wrong with you?" Lone Moon gestured for Chef to retract the true phoenix fire. He stepped forward and asked, "Did you just take over this mortal's body? Where's his soul?" Yes. Old Demon immediately nodded, afraid that they would misunderstand. He quickly said, "He just traded his vitality to me. His soul is still in his body. I'm just a little demon, I can't swallow other people's souls." With that said, he instantly turned into a wisp of black smoke and floated out of his body, curling into a black ball. And the body of the fiendish cultivator Zhong-Yi fell directly to the ground, dead. Lone Moon glanced at him. Indeed, his soul was still in his body. It was just that he voluntarily gave his vitality to Old Demon. Even if Old Demon left his body, he was already a dead man. The few of them immediately turned to look at that ball of black chi. This has nothing to do with me." Old Demon's entire ball of black chi trembled. He hurriedly said honestly, He voluntarily gave his vitality to me. I can't refuse, right? What's more, his injuries are too serious. He's really at the end of his life. Even if he didn't give me his vitality, he wouldn't live for more than a few days." Lone Moon sighed, then went forward and conjured a seal, sending that fiendish cultivator's soul into samsara. "As a demon, how did you come to the mortal world?" he continued to ask. "Where's your body?" Why is there only your primordial spirit left? And a ball of chi with fatality. That's a long story. Old demon sighed. He said bitterly, actually, I don't know what happened either. I was originally a little demon in the demon world, then I got seriously injured in a fight with other demons. I thought I couldn't be cured. But when I woke up, I found myself in this mortal's body. As for how I came to the lower realm, I don't know either. Then what about the dark fire? Lone Moon continued to ask. Mortals can't come into contact with the dark fire, you were the one who brought it here. Exalted Goddess, I really don't know. The ball of demonic chi trembled even more violently. When I woke up, that ball of fire was already in my body. At first it was quite warm and obedient, but then it got colder and colder. That Zhongyi tried to subdue that dark fire a few times, but he suffered from the backlash. We thought of many ways to move it out, but it still didn't work. You're saying that you don't know how that dark fire came to be? Yes, yes, yes. He nodded vigorously. Not only can that fire not be subdued, it can also corrode the soul at any time. It was only when the exalted goddess released that it completely got rid of it. He looked at I Ching curiously, wanting to ask but not daring to do so. That flame looked even scarier than the dark fire. Exalted Goddess, I really don't know what happened. Previously, I was trapped in Zhongyi's body and I couldn't move. Then Zhongyi was locked up by Tianji for a few hundred years. Even if I wanted to harm him, I couldn't do anything, right? So you tricked him into giving you his life. Lone Moon narrowed his eyes. I was wrong. The Earth Demon instantly cowered. He just wanted to take over this body, who knew that it would end before he could even have any fun. Lone Moon frowned. It seemed like the Earth Demon really brought the dark fire to the fiendish cultivator, but why did the dark fire appear in the Earth Demon's primordial spirit? And from what he said, the dark fire didn't work on him in the beginning. What should we do with this Earth Demon? I Ching looked at the demon. Although he didn't even have a body, and was so weak that even ordinary demons could trample him to death, I Ching couldn't let him stay in the mortal world forever. What else can we do? Lone Moon rolled his eyes at the ball of demonic chi. Throw him back. With that said, he took out a transmission talisman and sent a bit of immortal chi into it. A moment later, Yu Hong's voice came through. Elder Lone Moon. Yu Hong, is Little Black in the sect? Yu Hong paused for a moment, then replied. Yes. Do you need me to call him over? Later, we'll send a delivery back. Lone Moon picked up the demon and said, ask Little Black to handle it. Yes. I Ching raised his hand and drew a line, instantly opening the realm gate. Lone Moon turned and threw the ball of demonic chi into it. Yu Hong, do you see it? Yes. I see it. That's it then. Lone Moon then cut off the communication. Yu Hong looked at the things in her hands. Elder Lone Moon had sent many things back, but most of them were immortal stones, Dharma artifacts, spirit herbs and all kinds of precious treasures. This was the first time she received a ball of demonic chi. Most importantly, it was for Little Black. An hour later, Little Black received a message from his wife, saying that she had something for him. He was full of joy as he sped up from the demon world. What the hell? Why did his wife give him a ball of demonic chi, and a half-crippled earth demon at that? Suddenly, he thought of something. His face instantly paled, and his entire demon king felt terrible. He hugged Yu Hong and wailed, Xiao Hong, you actually have another demon outside. Tell me honestly, do you want to divorce me? I don't agree. No. Little Hong, what did I do wrong? I'll change, alright. Yu Hong, the trembling earth demon, MDZZ. Chapter 666. Yuanyang City. Chef, where do you think the dark fire came from? Lone Moon turned to look at Yi Qing. Logically speaking, the dark fire was in the divine underworld. Even if the other party was a demon, he could not have brought it back from the divine underworld. Not to mention that he was just an earth demon. Even Little Black did not have the ability to break through the realm gates of the divine underworld to obtain the dark fire. Yi Qing frowned and shook his head. Logically speaking, with Shorty in the divine underworld, there should not be any dark fire left in the mortal world or the divine underworld. That might not be the case, Shining suddenly said. The two of them paused and turned back. What do you mean? Isn't there a hole? She replied. Hole. Lone Moon paused and suddenly thought of something. You mean the hole in the river of forgetfulness in the divine underworld? Master means. Yi Qing also reacted. That dark fire fell from the river of forgetfulness. Shining nodded. The two of them thought about it carefully. It was indeed possible. The dark fire was used by the divine underworld to receive souls. It was normal for it to appear in the river of forgetfulness. And that earth demon said that he was seriously injured and thought that he would not wake up. Now it seemed that it was not just a thought. Instead, he was already dead. His soul returned to the river of forgetfulness and went to the divine underworld. But before he could reincarnate, the invader broke a hole in the river of forgetfulness. He was probably in that position and was squeezed down to the lower world together with the dark fire, falling into Zhongyi's body. This could explain why he felt that the dark fire did not have any attack power at first. Because he was originally a dead soul, the dark fire naturally had no effect on him. But he was in that fiendish cultivator's body and was more or less infected with the other party's fatality. The dark fire would naturally burn him. And he did not know anything just now, as if he did not remember much. It should be because he entered the river of forgetfulness that his memory was erased, but not completely erased. I remember Shorty said that a soul was lost in the river of forgetfulness. Lone Moon suddenly remembered this. Could it be this earth demon? Yi Qing's expression darkened and he nodded in agreement. It was obvious. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. At the end of the day, it was still that invader's fault. It seemed like they had to quickly resolve this matter. Otherwise, who knew what kind of mess the other party would create for them to clean up? Their speed was still a bit too slow. They had to make use of this time to improve their cultivation. A lot of training plans flashed through Lone Moon's mind. Shuming, who was meditating next door. Why did he suddenly feel a chill down his spine? Hearing that the fiendish cultivator Zhongyi had been dealt with, Shu Yuan heaved a huge sigh of relief. He no longer looked nervous and serious, but relaxed completely. He smiled brightly at Yi Qing and said, Uncle Master, indeed, you actually dealt with this demon so quickly. But how did Martial Uncle find this demon? It wasn't me. Yi Qing replied. Ha! Shu Yuan was stunned, not understanding what he meant. Shuming, who was at the side, said with a serious expression, Elder Shu, actually this matter is all thanks to Senior Sister Shu. No, Uncle Master Shu. If she had not found traces of this fiendish cultivator outside the West City, Supremacy Yi Qing would not have found this demon so quickly. You mean Little Yi? Shu Yuan was shocked, a trace of worry flashed across his eyes. She left the city last night. That's right. Shuming nodded vigorously. Uncle Master Shu must have been worried that this demon would harm the senior and junior brothers. That's why she stayed up all night and finally found the fiendish cultivator's hiding place. Although the process was a little dangerous, at least it was resolved. Uncle Master Shu is indeed a golden core. Humph. Before he could finish, Shu Yuan's expression darkened and he said angrily, "She's getting more and more reckless these days. She doesn't even listen to me, her father." With that said, he left the few of them behind and turned to leave angrily. Ha! Elder Shu. Why did he leave just like that? Sui Shuming turned back to look at the three of them innocently. Did I say something wrong just now? Lone Moon, Qin, Shining, he was indeed a professional hater of Shu Yi. Why did he have to be completely calm and collected about it? ___/ Shu Yuan of Danchin Mountain was an especially strict person. Whether it was to his disciples or to his own daughter, he was especially strict with them. What's more, he was also the hall master of the discipline hall. He was in charge of the punishment of all the disciples in Gue Yi's sect. He had always been selfless. One could say that he was an overly righteous person. Shu Yi had left the city secretly in the middle of the night. Of course, she had gone against the rules. Sui Shuming blurted out. His hater hit the nail on the head. There was no doubt that there would be an argument between the father and daughter. But Shu Yuan did not punish her too severely. After all, she was Tianji's personal disciple. Since she had already entered the sect, all her punishments and rewards had to be handed over to Tianji. Even if Shu Yuan was her father, he would not be able to interfere. But in the next few days, Shu Yi did not come out again. Without the threat of the fiendish cultivator, the mission this time progressed especially quickly. The disciples only stayed in the city for 4 days. Those who had been affected by the evil qi were more or less healed. Shu Yuan left some elixirs and led the disciples away on the spirit boat. Sui Shuming then saw Shu Yi whom he had not seen for a few days. He subconsciously went forward to greet her. "Uncle Master Shu, you get lost." Before he could finish speaking, Shu Yi suddenly turned and glared at him. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. She wanted to poke a few holes in his body. Sui Shuming froze. He even forgot to put down his hand that was about to greet her. But she snorted coldly and boarded the spirit boat. Then, she found a seat furthest away from him and sat down with her back facing him. It was as if she would not be able to suppress her anger if she looked at him one more time. Sui Shuming, who had wanted to ask about her injuries, slowly put down his hand. Instantly, he felt that something was blocking him. He turned and nudged the person beside him. "Brother Lone Moon, what's wrong with senior sister Shu? Why did she suddenly become so fierce?" Her gaze seemed to want to kill him. "You don't know." Lone Moon gave him an indescribable look. "You've already tricked her so many times. Don't you have any F***king idea?" "I don't know." Sui Shuming looked confused. "I found it strange before. It seems that ever since we moved out of the main peak, she became strange." Lone Moon glared at him. "I'm giving you a look to figure it out yourself. Could it be?" He suddenly thought of something. His expression was one of shock. "What?" He looked around and lowered his voice nervously. "Do you think she knows that I don't like how she used to be? That's why she deliberately became like this to attract my attention?" Lone Moon, itching at the side, straight face, he was speechless. A while later, 2 pieces. Lone Moon took a deep breath and patted his shoulder. "Ha! I say, you, right? Although you're ugly, you're quite wishful thinking." He vaguely felt that he had been stabbed. After thinking about it, he could not help but retort, "But she really changed a lot. In the past, she was very warm to us. Now, she doesn't even care about Miss Shin." "How do you know that she doesn't care about Shining? They didn't even know each other." "I saw it." Sui Shuming turned and pointed opposite him. Lone Moon subconsciously turned back. He saw that Shu Yi, who was sitting alone just now, suddenly had an additional figure beside her. He supported his head with one hand and held a fruit in the other. As he nibbled on it, he tilted his head and looked at Shu Yi seriously. They were so close that they were almost touching each other's faces. Yet, Shu Yi did not seem to notice. Holy shit! Lone Moon stood up abruptly. When did that fellow go over? Is identical to. Chapter 667. Shining, what are you doing? Lone Moon transmitted. Ha! Shining turned back to look. Ha what? Why did you suddenly go over there? Don't be discovered by the intruder. I'm studying it. Studying? Who would go up there to study it? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Shining did not reply, but continued to stare at the person in front of her, not forgetting to nibble on the fruit. Yet the other party did not react at all, still sitting cross-legged in the same place. Wait, Shining. Lone Moon was shocked. Perhaps because she was too bored, she suddenly reached out a finger and poked the other party's face. Shu Yi's angry face sank instantly, even her face became crooked. Shu Yi then reacted, and was instantly shocked. Who are you? When did this person get here? She actually did not see her at all. Subconsciously, she called the system small broadcast, 001, what's going on? Why didn't you warn me that someone was coming? Host, I did not sense it either. Perhaps the energy waves on this person's body are too weak to be detected, so I did not get scanned. Shu Yi took a closer look, only to find that there was no spirit chi in the other party's body. She was actually immortal. But why would such a person be on the spirit boat? She frowned. What do you want? Air. Shining stiffened, then seriously handed over the fruit in her hand. Do you want to eat the fruit? Shu Yi glanced at the half-eaten fruit in her hand, and her expression darkened. She suddenly poked her, just to ask if she wanted to eat the fruit. Instantly, she felt a little angry, did not expect there to be such a rude disciple in the sect, and directly replied coldly, no need. Oh. Only then did Shining shrink back, and continue to take a bite. In the next moment, the system broadcast sounded again. Host, hurry and accept it. That is 1,000-year-old red mystic fruit, eat it and your cultivation will directly increase by 1 level. What? Shu Yi was shocked, and said with some anxiety, why didn't you say so earlier? I've just detected it as well. Shu Yi's expression changed. She could not miss a fruit that could increase one's cultivation by 1 level. She took a deep breath, then squeezed out a stiff smile, looked at Shining and said, Junior sister. Shining turned to look at her. This fruit. Before she could finish, Shining suddenly lowered her head and sped up like a squirrel. In the blink of an eye, she had finished half of the fruit in her hand, leaving only the core. She wiped her mouth and asked, what's wrong? This is intentional, right? Definitely. For all, Ngungu, host, quick. Ask her to keep the core of the fruit and plant it in the system shop. It might be able to survive. Shu Yi came back to her senses and was immediately overjoyed. Junior apprentice sister, this fruit core, ka-cha. Shining clenched her fists and broke the core of the fruit into 2. She picked out the kernel and stuffed it into her mouth right in front of Yi Qing. She swallowed it with a few slurps and turned back to look at Yi Qing. You want it? Here. As he spoke, he stuffed the drenched nuclear fragment into the other party's hand. Shu Yi, the system, why do I feel like I've been played? Master, before she could react, Yi Qing had already hurried over to save the situation. He glanced at Shu Yi. If he did not interrupt, he was afraid that Shu-yi would be embarrassed into anger. Shu-yi suppressed the anger in her heart and had no choice but to stand up and bow. Greetings, Supremacy Yi Qing. Yi Qing did not reply and only looked at Shining. Master, breakfast is ready. It's time to eat. Oh. Shining then stood up and followed Yi Qing into the ship's cabin. Time to go, Shu Yi's expression darkened. Looking at the two people walking away, she finally understood their identities. This new sword cultivator Supremacy had a mortal master. She had heard that it was her, she did not expect it to be her. No wonder she had the Zhu Xian fruit. Thinking about how she actually missed out on half of the Zhu Xian fruit, she instantly regretted it. If she had that fruit, it would be much easier for her to form a nascent soul in the future. On second thought, she remembered that Shushuming was now on the other party's floating peak. Her heart was filled with even more hatred. No. She had to hurry to suppress Shushuming and reduce the original owner's resentment value, otherwise the mission would really fail. System, what is the original owner's resentment value now? Original owner's resentment value, 65. Shui felt a sense of danger that she had never felt before. After returning to Gui's sect, Shui directly went into seclusion. Lone Moon checked from time to time and found that her cultivation was indeed rising very quickly. There were faint signs that she had already entered the middle stage of Golden Core. On the other hand, Shushuming's cultivation had not changed ever since he reached the late stage of Foundation establishment. No matter how hard he cultivated, there was no sign of him forming a core at all. Lone Moon understood that he just lacked an opportunity. However, this opportunity did not come for a long time. He originally thought that this trip to Yuanyang City would allow him to gain enlightenment or something. In the end, apart from angering Shui half to death, nothing else happened. This was the first time he saw someone's cultivation rising so slowly. If this continued, he might have formed a nascent soul and he would still be looking forward to the Foundation establishment stage. Disciples were not enlightened. Most likely they lacked beatings. They would get used to it after a few more times. It was just that this Shushuming had no other advantages. The more he beat him, the tougher he became. In the past, he would fall in seconds. Now, he could actually last a few seconds in his hands. Hence, as he beat him, he got tired of it. He really could not take it anymore. He directly threw him into the sword array. Hence, the 10-level sword array reappeared in the pugilistic world. Shushuming wailed at the bottom for a few years before he slowly got used to the sword array. At least he could come out in one piece. Even his sword techniques became more familiar. He already had the vague appearance of a sword cultivator. But his cultivation still did not grow. Even if he had little Biao scales in his body, continuously providing immortal qi and nourishment, his cultivation seemed to be stuck at the late stage of Foundation establishment. He did not move at all. Just as Lone Moon was thinking of a way to let Tu Buxwo grow his cultivation, Tian Yi brought him a piece of news. Sect competition. Lone Moon was stunned. That's right. Tian Yi drank a mouthful of tea and nodded. In my Gue sect, there will be a sect competition every 10 years. It is divided into two categories, pill refinement and spells. Of course, the most important is pill refinement. Brother Lone Moon has been in Foundation establishment for a long time. Why not give it a try? Lone Moon thought about it carefully. Tu Buxwa had been beaten up by them too many times. He had not been beaten up by others yet. Perhaps he could really learn something by participating in this competition. But, we are sword cultivators. He had never taught Tu Buxwa anything about pill refinement. He probably could not even pass the preliminary round. That's all right. Tian-yi smiled. Although our sect focuses on pill refinement, because of Supremacy I Ching's participation, we changed the format of the competition this year. Spells and pill refinement are separate. What's more, each peak master can choose one person to directly enter the finals. Brother Lone Moon, don't worry. I have already reported your name. You just have to focus on the competition. What? Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Why did he have to report his name all of a sudden? He did not want to participate. Didn't you have a bunch of disciples? Hee hee. I thank you. You're welcome. Tian-yi smiled proudly. This is what a brother should do. Who's a brother with you? Lone Moon sighed. Then, he said, Brother Tian-yi. I have a favor to ask. Brother Lone Moon, please speak. Can you change my name to Zwishumings? Tian-yi was stunned. A moment later, he looked at Lone Moon. He seemed to be filled with thousands of puzzlement and resentment. Lone Moon's hair stood on end. Wait a minute. What's with that aggrieved expression? And what's with that, so you only see Zwishuming as a brother, look? I am a proper businessman. Don't make things up for yourself. Chapter 668. In the end, Tian-yi still did not give the slot to Zwishuming, not because he was unwilling, but because the floating peak that Lone Moon and the rest lived on, in the eyes of the disciples, was already an independent peak of Gue-Yi's sect. So I Ching, who was tacitly acknowledged as the peak master, could also send one person to the finals. Zwishuming undoubtedly entered the finals in the name of Nameless Peak. That's right, because their floating peak had not been given a name for a long time, everyone tacitly called it Nameless Peak. But there was only one slot, and other than Lone Moon having a little presence here with Tian-yi, in the eyes of others, he was at most Zwishuming's follower. In this way, Tian-yi naturally thought that he was left behind. Things proved that some people were tricked into forming revolutionary friendships. In order to take care of Lone Moon's good friend's feelings, Supremacy Tian-yi eagerly transferred his own peak slot to Lone Moon and reported his name. So, Lone Moon was inexplicably sent to the finals, and it was already announced, it could not be changed. Lone Moon. Son of AB*TCH. The sect competition was set to be 3 days later. Yuan even specially came up to inform Chef about this, asking him not to be present. His words revealed that he wanted Chef to decide on the spot to accept a few more disciples into the mountain. Although basically no one in Gue-Yi's sect chose to cultivate the sword, they could still recruit people. In these few years, the outer sect had actually recruited many disciples to learn the sword. After all, a soul formation sword cultivator was here. There was no fear that no one would come, especially after the fiendish cultivator Zhong Yi's death. Gue-Yi's sect's reputation had already spread. Even Tai Yan's sect had sent people to inquire about I Ching several times. The current Gue-Yi sect was already different from the sect that only sold elixirs in the past. In short, they had the conditions to nurture sword cultivators. Even if they didn't, they had to create the conditions to nurture them. Anyway, their pill cultivators were rich, they could afford it. Lone Moon was well aware of I Ching's thoughts. He also guessed that such a day would come, so he set up the sword array in advance, and even threw 2 bucks in. Anyway, no matter how many disciples were recruited into the peak, the task of teaching people would still fall on his head. Chef could be in charge of food, but he definitely could not be counted on to teach disciples. As for Shining, taking advantage of the preliminary competition, Lone Moon also gave 2 bucks extra training, the kind that trained him to death. Finally, on the day before the finals, 2 bucks passed the first level of the sword array. Only then was he reassured to let him participate in the competition. There were many disciples in Gue-Yi's sect, so the sect competition actually lasted for an entire month. It was divided into alchemy and sorcery. It was easy to determine the winner of the competition in spells, but it was not so easy to determine the winner of the competition in pill refinement. Foundation establishment and chi refinement cultivators were still fine. They did not know how to refine pills, and generally, a furnace of pills would not take more than 3 days. However, it was different for golden core cultivators and above. Golden core cultivators could already concoct pills of the 3rd grade and above. The training time was usually more than 10 days. That was why Guai's sect's competition was not like other sects, where the winner could be decided in 3 to 4 days. 20 days later, the finalists were finally decided. Swishumming and Lone Moon were participating in the sorcery competition. When they arrived at the competition venue, they found out that there were more than 50 people who had made it to the finals. Most of them were Foundation establishment cultivators. There were even a few Golden Core cultivators. Lone Moon frowned. He then realized that in this so-called sorcery competition, Golden Core and Foundation establishment cultivators were mixed together. Of course, this was unfair to the Foundation establishment cultivators. But Guai's sect was a sect that mainly focused on pill refinement. There were too few disciples who did not cultivate pill refinement. There was no need to separate them. Besides, the main focus of the competition was pill refinement. He looked carefully at the crowd. Strangely, he found that the invader, Shu-Yi, was here too. His gaze swept over Swishumming from time to time, as if he was preparing to do something. But a certain silly guy did not seem to notice anything. From the moment he entered the competition venue, he had been hugging his sword, looking nervous and unsure. He was not afraid of losing. He was mainly afraid of embarrassing supremacy Yi Qing and Lady Xin. After all, he was here representing Nameless Peak. That was why since 3 days ago, he had been calculating his sword moves in his mind. He was afraid that he would lose too badly. Even when he got on the stage and swept the cultivator off the stage with one sword move, he still had not recovered from his nervousness. Ha! That sword move just now, was it made by him? But didn't the other party fall a little too quickly? This was different from what he had imagined. Back when he was practicing with Brother Lone Moon, he was the one who was swept off the stage. Tu Buxua, who had been beaten up and had not been able to turn the tables, was shocked. Only then did he react. So the sword technique that Brother Lone Moon taught him was actually so powerful. And the following competition made him even more unable to believe his own eyes. The sword moves that Lone Moon had repeatedly looked down on in the past actually won all the way. Those Foundation establishment disciples of the same sect would not last more than 10 moves against him. They would all be defeated by his sword. It was so smooth that it was as if everyone was going easy on him. Swishumming was completely stunned. He had never thought that the cultivation that he had always looked down on was actually so powerful. Oh, greater than over equal to V. Oh, ever since he knew that he was going to participate in the competition, his heart that had been hanging in the balance suddenly fell to the ground. His confidence was like a balloon that was being inflated. It had never been so strong before. Even when he met an opponent in the Golden Core stage, he could calm down and think of sword moves. Then, he could withstand the other party's suppressive aura and attack move by move. And he actually won in the end. There was an uproar in the crowd. This was a cross-level challenge and he actually won. He was indeed an unkillable sword cultivator. For a moment, all the disciples could not help but look at a certain person on the stage. Even his disciple was so powerful. Then how powerful would a soul formation supremacy be? Even Yuan could not help but turn to look at Yi Qing. He exclaimed, "He is indeed from Nameless Peak. He can actually cross-level challenges. Congratulations, Uncle Master. You have indeed taught an impressive disciple." I Ching, who was peeling melon seeds, Shening, who was eating melon seeds, meow meow meow. Nameless peak, Swishumming wins. Swishumming was also dumbfounded. He had thought that he would definitely lose, but he actually won. He did not even use his full strength. Instantly, he felt as if he was dreaming. He looked down at the sword in his hand. For the first time in his life, he felt what a true sword cultivator was. For a moment, a wild joy surged in his heart. If this was his true strength, then perhaps he could really win in the end. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. His eyes were filled with confidence and anticipation. He could win. He could really win. Until Lone Moon walked up to the stage. Bah gee, he faintly felt that something in the bottom of his heart had fallen to the ground and shattered into pieces. His whole person was like a punctured bowl. With a crackling sound, his confidence was completely gone. Swishumming, could he admit defeat? Don't bully him like this. Was there even a need to compete? Chapter 669. The spells competition had already reached the end. Other than Lone Moon and Swishumming, Shui and the other two personal disciples from the other two peaks had all entered the top 5. Sect Master Yulwan glanced at the last 5, perhaps recognizing Lone Moon. He could not help but turn back and praise. Sword cultivators indeed. There are only 2 disciples from Nameless Peak, but they actually both entered the top 5. Especially this Swishumming. In just a few years, he has already cultivated sword chi. I think there is no suspense for this year's champion. Uncle Master I Ching is indeed good at teaching. He swept a glance at the 2 dueling people in the arena, especially at a certain person whose sword was about to fall. His mouth twitched, but before he could reply, Tian Yi's face darkened and he immediately retorted. You're right. Isn't Sect Master's words too early? He snorted coldly and said with some indignation, not to mention others, I see that Brother Loneman's sword skills are sharp and his spirit chi is restrained. He could sweep his opponent off the stage in less than 10 moves in the previous competition. One look and I can tell that he has a deep understanding of sword skills. I think he should be the champion this year. Yulwan was taken aback. What Brother Lone Moon? When did Uncle Master Tian Yi acknowledge a brother? Uncle Master I Ching had a mortal master. They had a grand master out of nowhere. Since when did the disciples of the peak become brothers with Uncle Master Tian Yi? Speaking of which, was taking advantage of seniority a tradition of Nameless Peak. My brother Lone Moon is loyal and loyal. Although he is a sword cultivator, he is involved in pills, talismans, arrays and weapons, especially his understanding of array formations. Tian Yi continued to praise without blinking. Sect Master is not sure, don't make wild guesses. I think that Yulwan might not be his match. No matter what, he had to support his brother. Yulwan broke out in cold sweat. He had originally wanted to suck up to Supremacy I Ching and get him to take in more disciples. He did not expect Uncle Master Tian Yi to join in. Yet he could not rebut, he could only smile awkwardly and reply, Uncle Master Tian Yi's words are not without reason. Humph. Of course. Only then was Tian Yi satisfied. He continued to support Lone Moon with pride. This brother of mine, be it in terms of character, comprehension or cultivation, they are all rare. Other than him, there is no other, I admit defeat. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly heard Lone Moon, who had just entered the arena, shout. Tian Yi. Yulwan, the master and disciple duo, 2 pieces, who thought they were going to get beaten up, huh? What was going on? Tian Yi felt a slight pain on his face. Sect Master Yulwan, who was at the side, gave him a speechless expression. Wasn't he supposed to be the leader? Tian Yi's face turned pale and he was completely stunned. This was not an immortal spell. His brother Lone Moon was definitely not the kind of person who would give up without a fight. There must be some special reason. That's right, that's definitely it. Could it be that he suffered some sort of injury while preparing for the competition? The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. He suddenly stood up. No, I have to go take a look. In any case, he had plenty of medicinal pills. With that said, he did not care about Yulwan anymore and disappeared from the spectator stand in a flash. The master and disciple duo, should they tell him that Father Nyo was just sick of beating up two pieces Swa and was too lazy to do it? Swishuming had already been announced as the winner. Lone Moon did not stay either. He turned and walked down the stage, his gaze sweeping across Shu Yi. It was not because he did not want to beat up two pieces Swa, but because this was already the semi-finals. If he won against Swishuming, he might be the one facing Shu Yi in the end. He was a manager and had been an assistant in this plane before. No matter what, he would have some nomological powers. Shu Yi was an invader and had a system on her. If they really fought, there might be a risk of being exposed. So he might as well admit defeat here. Besides, Two Pieces Swo was born to be the nemesis of this person. Although he was only at the foundation establishment stage and his cultivation was a whole realm lower than the other party, he might not win. But in terms of angering Shu Yi to death, he was still very professional. At the same time, he also wanted to see, with the help of the system, how much Shu Yi's cultivation had improved during this period of seclusion. Lone Moon's guess was right. Swishuming and Shu Yi each won against the other two disciples. The two of them entered the final battle. Shu Yi seemed to be very satisfied with such an outcome. The way she looked at Swishuming was determined to win. There was even a faint murderous aura around her, as if she could not wait to rush over and beat the other party up. Uncle Master. Shoo. Yet Swishuming still did not feel anything. He even cupped his fists and bowed politely. Smiling naively, he said, "Long time no see. I didn't think that I would have the chance to fight with Uncle Master Shu." "Oh right, I wonder, shut up." Shu Yi directly interrupted him. As if she had gained experience from being angered, without waiting for him to finish, she directly summoned her Dharma artifact and attacked him without saying a word. Using the advantage of being one realm higher, she even released the suppressive force of a golden core cultivator and used all her strength to suppress the other party's movements. Swishuming was stunned. His movements paused for a moment. Immediately, he also mobilized the sword chi around him to resist the suppressive force of the other party. Changing from his naive look just now, he directly summoned several spirit swords and faced it without dodging. Just as the two of them were about to fight, the entire Guai sect suddenly shook violently. A loud boom sounded, as if there was the sound of something exploding. The protective mountain array was suddenly activated. 8 huge spirit swords instantly appeared around Guai sect. A layer of transparent array directly enveloped the entire Guai sect. What's going on? All the disciples were shocked. One by one, they looked around in confusion. Even Swishuming and Shu Yi who were competing in the middle had no choice but to stop. Sect Master Yulwan's expression changed. He stood up abruptly and turned to look at the right side of the main peak. The sound is coming from Dan Chin Peak. Dan Chin Peak. Lord Shu Yuan's expression darkened. He directly turned to fly on his sword and flew towards that direction. The competition will stop first. Yulwan instructed. With that, he also turned and flew towards Dan Chin Peak. The other nascent soul elders were also not in the mood to care about the competition. They all followed to see the situation. I Ching released his divine perception to check. Frowning, he turned to look at the person beside him. Master, Shining nodded. So the two of them also chased in the direction of the crowd. Danchen Peak was not far from the main peak. Originally, they would be able to see it once they left the main peak. However, the crowd did not see Danchen Peak from their original position. There was a faint burnt smell in the air. Looking down, they realized that Danchen Peak had already sunk down. The floating peak that was originally similar to the other peaks seemed to have been exploded from the middle. Only the top section was left. And the lower half of the peak had already completely collapsed. It turned into gravel and fell down. That was why the protective mountain array was triggered. It floated below the peaks. All the elders' expressions darkened. One by one, they flew down towards the remaining half of Danchen Peak. Before they could land, a turbulent wave of spirit chi suddenly rushed toward them. This is... Yulwan's expression turned pale. Someone self-destructed their nascent soul. Chapter 670. At the side, Shu Yuan suddenly thought of something and his expression changed. Junior brother Ian. With that said, he headed directly towards the back of the remaining half of the floating peak. Everyone looked at each other and immediately followed him. Turning around the floating peak, they saw that the whole back of the mountain was in chaos. The spirit fields that were originally planted with spirit herbs were now a thick black. Half of the broken part of the floating peak was left with a huge pit. The aura of a nascent soul cultivator and traces of cold black chi were faintly lingering around. I Ching frowned. This black chi was, it really is junior brother Ian. A trace of sorrow flashed across Shu Yuan's face, instantly filled with anger. Who on earth dared to attack our sect's nascent soul elder, and even forced him to self-destruct his nascent soul? Yulwan's expression also changed. He hurriedly turned to look at a disciple behind him and said, "Go, inform the disciples guarding the exit of each peak, seal the mountain gates and guard them strictly. No one is allowed to enter or leave." Yes. The disciple immediately turned and went to pass the order. Yulwan's heart was also full of anger. He did not expect that the sect would lose a nascent soul elder just like that. And on such an important day like the sect competition, he attacked silently, and even self-destructed his nascent soul in such a tragic way. The key was that none of them noticed. This proved that Elder Ian might not even have a chance to call for help. He carefully looked around the charred back of the mountain, his eyes fixed on the black chi that had not yet dissipated. This is demonic chi. Could it be that a fiendish cultivator sneaked in? His eyes darkened. Just as he was about to fly down to check, I Ching suddenly reached out and pulled him back. Wait! Uncle Master I Ching. It's not demonic chi. I Ching glanced at the black chi and said in a low voice, "It's demonic chi." What? Not only Yulwan, even the elders were shocked, their faces full of disbelief. Demonic chi. Uncle Master, you mean this black chi is the demonic chi of the fiend race? I Ching said with certainty. Everyone's faces paled. When they looked carefully at the area surrounded by the black chi, they found that they could faintly see the withered and corroded spirit plants in the scorched area in the back of the mountain. It was clear that it was not caused by Elder Yin's nascent soul explosion, but by the influence of the black chi. To be able to make plants wither in an instant and exterminate all living beings, this really is the legendary devil chi. Someone cried out in surprise. Everyone's expressions turned even uglier. Even the few elders who were standing closer to the front subconsciously took a step back. This was demonic energy. In ancient legends, only the god race could rival the aura of the devil race. Could it be that the one who killed junior brother Ian is Mo clan? Yulwan froze. That was a demon, not a fiendish cultivator. Not to mention their Gue sect, even if all the immortal sects joined forces, they might not be a match for it. No. I Ching's eyes darkened, and he said with certainty, if the demons appeared, they would not have left behind such little demonic chi. Yuan's heart relaxed, and he nodded. He looked down, and his expression became more serious. Then these demonic chi, what should we do? If it was just ordinary demonic chi, they would not be afraid. But demonic chi, they might not even be able to get close to it. As if sensing their concerns, I Ching directly took a step forward. With a wave of his hand, a red wall of fire swept towards the black chi on the ground. Almost in the blink of an eye, the demonic chi that was originally left on the ground disappeared completely. Even the originally scorched ground regained some of its original color. Yuan was then completely relieved. He turned and gave a few instructions to the elders, and then split up to look for clues about the enemy. Unfortunately, no matter how the few of them turned this destroyed floating peak upside down, they did not find any clues. Everyone could only fly back to the main hall with solemn expressions. Yuan brought out the broken life token of Elder Ian, who self-destructed his nascent soul. He wanted to use the remnant aura on the life token to investigate the situation before his death, but the spell also failed. He could not see who did it at all. Fortunately, because of the competition, most of the disciples on the peak were gathered on the main peak. Dan Chen Peak was destroyed, other than Elder Ian, who self-destructed his nascent soul, and a few disciples who guarded the peak were seriously injured. There were no other casualties. But at that time, the protective mountain array was activated in time. The other party could not escape at all, which meant that it was very likely that the person was still hiding in the sect. Yuan could only completely stop the sect competition, then seal the mountain, and start a comprehensive investigation in the sect. Demonic Chi. Why is there still more? Lone Moon, who returned and heard the situation, was stunned. He turned to look at Chef. Could it be that other than that earth demon who fell from the river of forgetfulness, there are other demons in this small world? Probably not. Chef shook his head. If there really is a demon descending to the lower realm, he would definitely be suppressed by the heavenly Tao. He would not easily make a move here. Just like the earth demon back then, although it did not have a physical body, with the abilities of the demon race, it was easy for it to reconstruct a body. But it did not do so. Instead, it resided in the body of a fiendish cultivator, not even daring to take possession. Because it was constantly suppressed by the heavenly Tao, it did not dare to come out at all, otherwise the heavenly Tao would eliminate it at the first instance. Not a demon. Could it be that there is a fiendish cultivator who cultivated to become an earth demon here? After a fiendish cultivator reached the soul formation stage, if he could survive the heavenly tribulation, he could naturally ascend to the demonic realm. That full of evil chi could also turn into demonic chi. Just like back then in the realm of Three Pristine, in that immortal ascension pagoda, the cultivator that Shining met who became a demon had already cultivated demonic chi. If that's the case. I Ching thought of something, frowned and said, that person should not be able to break through my protective mountain array. He must still be in Gue sect now, but I used my divine perception to scan the entire Gue sect. I did not find any trace of demonic chi. Not even evil chi. Impossible. Lone Moon retorted subconsciously. There's no one in this plane that you can't detect, unless the other person is not in this position. He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening abruptly. Holy shit. It can't be. It's an intruder. But wasn't Shui clearly competing that day? Don't tell me there's another one. Was he here to travel together? I Ching's expression darkened. Just as he was about to say something, a voice suddenly came from outside. Disciple Chen Wen of the main peak greets supremacy. What's the matter? I Ching replied in a low voice. Sect Master said there's an urgent matter. He invites supremacy to the main hall. I Ching exchanged a look with Lone Moon. Seeing him nod, he then replied, "I'll be there right away." The disciple bowed, then turned and left. Seeing that it was already noon, thinking that Yulwan might have found some clues, the few of them did not delay for too long, just a simple meal, a cup of tea, and a few plates of snacks, and fruits. Only then did they set off for the main hall. Chapter 671. When the three of them arrived at the main hall, it was already filled with people. The nascent soul elders of each peak were all present. Lone Moon glanced around. Shu Yi and 2 Bucks Swo were actually inside now, standing in the middle of the main hall. Something seemed to have happened. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. 2 Bucks Swo, who had always been good-tempered, had a rare look of anger. "Greetings, Uncle Master." Seeing the few of them enter, everyone bowed. On the left, an unfamiliar nascent soul perfected one did not even move. Instead, he snorted coldly and turned his head, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction and anger. I Ching also felt that the atmosphere was not right, but did not care much, walking straight to the only empty seat at the top. Habitually, he turned his body to let Shining, who was behind him, sit down. He stood on the right. Even Lone Moon followed suit and stood on the left. Perhaps because of the urgency of the situation, no one paid attention to these details. Instead, Tian Yi, who was at the side, turned to look at Lone Moon and suddenly said, "Brother Lone Moon, don't worry, I absolutely believe in your character." Lone Moon was stunned. What did he mean? So he called them here not only because there was a new clue, it seemed like they were also involved. Uncle Master I Ching. Sect Master Yulwan then stood up and said, "We invited Uncle Master here because we have something to confirm with you. That day when Uncle Master went to Yuanyang City to eliminate the fiend, when you chased after the fiendish cultivator Zhongyi, did you notice anything wrong with the other party?" I Ching turned to look at him, frowned and said, "What is wrong?" "That is..." A hint of hesitation flashed across Yulwan's face, as if he did not know how to answer. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Uncle Master, are you sure that the fiendish cultivator is really dead?" "Of course." I Ching frowned even deeper, still answering in a low voice, that fiendish cultivator's corpse was handled by Elder Shu Yuan. With that said, he looked towards Shu Yuan, who was sitting on the right. "That's right." Shu Yuan also stood up, nodded and answered, "I can prove this. After Uncle Master I Ching dealt with that fiendish cultivator, he informed me to rush over that night. That fiendish cultivator is indeed dead. The corpse was even handled by me using the live fire spell, to prevent other fiendish cultivators from using the nascent soul corpse to do evil." "Humph. Who knows if the one who died was Zhongyi?" The nascent soul cultivator on the left suddenly interrupted with a hint of disdain. Before they could speak, 2 Bucks Swo, who was at the side, became anxious. As if he had been holding it in for a long time, he cupped his fists and said, "Perfected Jing Yuan, that person is indeed Zhongyi. Not only me, but senior sister Shu also saw it." Shu Yi was stunned for a moment, and he quickly said with a face full of panic, I don't know either. That day, after we accidentally met that fiendish cultivator, the supremacy told us to hurry back to the city. I didn't think too much about it and went back. I don't know what happened after that." Senior sister Shu. Swishuming looked at her in disbelief, the anger on his face growing. If supremacy had not sensed that fiendish cultivator and rushed over in time that day, the 2 of us would have died in his hands. I saw with my own eyes that the devil cultivator was indeed dead. How could it be fake? But I really didn't see it. Shu Yi whispered anxiously. You saw it, not me. You're a disciple of Nameless Mountain, of course you're on their side. Who knows what happened after I left? You. Swishuming was even angrier. He said directly, Senior sister, don't forget, you were the one who discovered that fiendish cultivator first. According to what you said, could it be that you have some connection with that fiendish cultivator too? I didn't. Shui looked innocent, looking as if she was about to cry. Lonman's eyes darkened. He turned to look at Yulwan. Sect Master, I wonder what exactly happened? Why does it involve that fiendish cultivator again? Yulwan sighed, then took out a piece of broken jade stone and said in a low voice, "It's like this, we found this when we were searching Danchin Mountain." Lone Moon took a closer look. Image recording stone. That's right. Yulwan nodded. In front of Danchin Mountain's Disciple Hall, there was originally a large piece of image recording stone, used to record images of disciples' daily cultivation. This is a fragment of that image recording stone. Inside it recorded an image of Danchin Mountain before it was blown up. With that said, he transferred a bit of spirit chi in. In the next second, a white light flashed out and slowly condensed into an image. Although it was only a corner of the image, one could faintly tell that it was the scene in front of Danchin Mountain's Disciple Hall. Only that there was no one on it now. In a short while, a black shadow suddenly appeared on it and disappeared in a flash. But one could tell that the other party was filled with evil chi. One look and one could tell that he was a fiendish cultivator, and that face. Zhongyi. Lone Moon was shocked. This person looked exactly the same as the person who was possessed by the earth demon outside Yuanyang City previously. Behind the Disciple Hall is junior brother Yin's cave abode. He was in seclusion then, so he did not go to watch the competition. Yulwan explained, then kept the image recording stone in his hand. What Sect Master means is that you suspect that the fiendish cultivator Zhongyi did not die, and the incident at Danchin Mountain was also done by him. No wonder they asked about that fiendish cultivator the moment they arrived. Before Yulwan could reply, the nascent soul perfected one in the hall who was arguing earlier spoke first. That day when Zhongyi was killed, only the four of you were present. Who knows if the one who died was that fiendish cultivator? This perfected one is. Lone Moon frowned. This is perfected Jing Yuan. Yulwan explained. He and the fallen junior brother Yin had always been the closest. Lone Moon nodded before replying. That fiendish cultivator's corpse, we and perfected one Shu Yuan have examined it. It is indeed that fiendish cultivator. Yet Jing Yuan was still unconcerned and continued to say meaningfully, there are so many transfiguration techniques in the world, who knows if that corpse is real or fake. What's more, our sect's protective mountain array is also set up by supremacy. You're spouting nonsense. Swishuming panicked, he seemed to be very angry. How am I spouting nonsense? Yet that Jing Yuan turned to look at Yi Qing and said, Supremacy Yi Qing, this matter concerns the death of two nascent soul elders, please explain it clearly to us. How did that Zhongyi die that day? And that fire seed of the frost dark fire on the fiendish cultivator, where is it now? Lone Moon's eyes narrowed, dark fire. He subconsciously turned to look at the obedient and innocent Shu Yi at the side. It seemed like before they came, she had done a lot of things. The dark fire has already been extinguished. Yi Qing answered. Extinguished. Everyone was shocked. Yi Qing nodded. That fire can burn souls, it doesn't belong to the mortal realm in the first place, it shouldn't be left. To be precise, if not for that earth demon, that fire wouldn't have appeared here at all. Burned souls. Everyone gasped. They didn't expect there to be such an deviant fire in the world. Instead Shu Yi's expression changed, she couldn't help but say, that's an deviant fire, supremacy can really bear to extinguish it. Senior Sister Shu's words are really laughable. Lone Moon laughed coldly, he finally saw what this Shu Yi was planning, she wanted to sow discord, make them become the fiendish cultivator's accomplices, and then reap the benefits at the same time. From what you mean, you suspect that we have some kind of deal with that fiendish cultivator. Not only did we hide that deviant fire, we even helped that fiendish cultivator fake his death, let him enter Guae's sect to hurt people. This accusation was really laughable. Chapter 672. Once he said that, not only Yuan, other than that perfected Jing Yuan, all the other nascent soul elders' expressions changed. They did suspect that the fiendish cultivator was not dead, but they had no intention of pinning the crime on I Ching. After all, with the other party's ability, if he really wanted to deal with Guae's sect, there was no need for him to conspire with the fiendish cultivator. Shu Yi, don't spout nonsense. Yuan immediately reprimanded him, hurriedly cupping his fists to explain, Uncle Master, please forgive us, we did not mean to suspect you. It's just that the appearance of this image is strange, we really cannot confirm whether the fiendish cultivator Zhong Yi is dead or alive. He's dead. I Ching said with certainty, the soul was sent into the river of forgetfulness by him personally. But this image, Sect Master. Lone Moon said directly, I feel that perfected Jing Yuan is right, there are so many transfiguration techniques, who can be sure that the person in this image is the real one? Brother Loneman's words are very reasonable. Tian Yi's eyes lit up at the side, he immediately chimed in, maybe the person in the image recording stone is a fake image left by the other party on purpose to confuse us. Impossible. Shu Yi retorted subconsciously. Why is it impossible? Lone Moon laughed softly and said, don't tell me you have done in-depth research on that fiendish cultivator, that you can tell the truth with one look. Of course not. Shu Yi's face paled instantly, but he immediately recovered and said, I just saw that the person in this image was full of evil qi. I thought that he was definitely a fiendish cultivator, not like someone in human form. He should be the one who killed Uncle Master Yin. Evil qi. Lone Moon emphasized this word. The expressions of the people in the hall changed as they suddenly thought of something. They looked at each other, and the suspicion in their hearts that Zhong Yi was still alive was mostly gone. Even the previously aggressive Jing Yuan's expression changed. One must know that the remnant in the ruins of Danchen Mountain was not evil qi, but demonic qi, different from this person in the image. In other words, the person who destroyed Danchen Mountain was not the person in this image at all. Now that you mention it, it is indeed suspicious. Shu Yuan said with some enlightenment, such a big piece of image recording stone was broken, but only this piece of broken stone still recorded a trace of image, and it just happened to record the murderer's appearance. Thinking about it this way, it is indeed too strange. That's right. The other nascent soul elders also nodded. Maybe this was deliberately left behind by the other party to confuse us. Martial Uncle is truly thoughtful. We were the ones who were foolish. This murderer is indeed cunning. He must have been trapped in the sect and couldn't get out, so he came up with this method to divert attention. That's right. That person must still be in the sect. We have to speed up the investigation. Shu Yi looked at the people around her, and her face darkened. She couldn't help but hear the system broadcast on her. Host, what's going on? Why did they suddenly stop suspecting him? They haven't handed over the mystical flame yet. It's okay. Shu Yi, on the other hand, was not anxious at all. Instead, she had a look of confidence on her face. Our target was never them in the first place. We're just making preparations for what's about to happen and planting a seed of doubt in everyone's hearts. But the original owner's resentment, don't worry. After tonight, the resentment value will return to normal. As she spoke, she glanced at the fuming Shushuming, her eyes full of schemes. Lone Moon, Iching, Shining, was she finally starting to stir up trouble? But, could she not spoil things? Late at night, in 2 bucks was little thatched cottage. Brother Lone Moon, I've finished practicing my sword techniques for today. I've been to the sword formation as well. Mental cultivation technique too. Then, did I miss anything? No. Then dare I ask Brother Lone Moon? He took a deep breath and said, "What are you trying to do by barging into my room in the middle of the night?" He really wanted to sleep. Lone Moon scanned the person on the bed and narrowed his eyes. Then, he stepped forward and stretched out his hand. $2, come. Take off your clothes. WH. What? Swishuming trembled and shrank towards the corner of the wall. He grabbed the clothes in front of his chest in horror. Brother. Lone Moon, what are you trying to do? Lone Moon frowned and said impatiently, "Cut the crap and take off your clothes. Or I'll do it." With that said, he went forward and grabbed him. "Wait, Brother Lone Moon, calm down, you can't do this." Swishuming was not feeling well. He shrank towards the corner and shouted, "Although we're friends and it's fine if we go overboard with our swords, but it's not good to do this in the middle of the night, right? I'm not that kind of person." Lone Moon, shinning. Instantly, two pairs of suspicious eyes turned towards a certain someone. Shut up. Lone Moon's expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? Swishuming actually broke free from his grip and turned to glare at the master and disciple. What are you looking at? Hurry up and help. No. They wanted to know what he was like normally. Lone Moon was just about to conjure a seal when Swishuming shouted again. Brother Lone Moon, believe me, although I rejected senior sister Shu, I really only like girls like Miss Shin. He had just finished speaking when a streak of sword chi flew out from Lone Moon's side and instantly sent the person who was desperately shrinking towards the corner to the wall. With a bam, he sank deep into the wall. Little bitch, you've been coveting my master indeed. Lone Moon turned and glanced at the furious I Ching. Pfft. Wouldn't it have been better if he had done it earlier? He rolled his eyes and then went forward to dig the fainted person out of the hole in the wall. He tore open Swishuming's shirt and took a closer look. Indeed, there was a black patterned mark on the back of his waist. Demonic chi could be faintly seen flowing inside, but it was blocked by something and did not emit any aura. There is indeed. Lone Moon's expression darkened and he looked up at the two. Seems like we guessed almost right. Shu Yi wants to frame Swishuming for the matter of the fiendish cultivator, and she probably knows about what happened at Danshan Mountain. Maybe it has something to do with her. The special energy on this demonic chi should be from that system. That's why even we can't sense it. I Ching said in a low voice. It's not difficult to get rid of this demonic chi, but I'm afraid it will alert the enemy and let that system sense something. Lone Moon took a closer look and his expression darkened. But this demonic chi has already been planted and will explode in less than 3 days. If we don't get rid of it in time, I'm afraid it will affect $2's cultivation. That Shu Yi's motive was to let everyone see Swishuming's demonic chi explode. When everyone was watching, he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he had 10,000 mouths. This is something from the system, we can't get rid of it directly, but we can't not get rid of it either. What should we do now? Why don't? Shining suddenly spoke up. We get a system too. Lone Moon, Ching, that's right, don't they have a system too? Far away in the invincible heavenly palace, someone faintly felt a chill in his knees. Chapter 673. As time was of the essence, Lone Moon did not contact I Ching this time. Instead, he looked at I Ching and said, "Chef, open the door." I Ching did not delay and immediately conjured a seal to open the realm gate. Almost instantly, a white light flashed in front of him and a figure appeared in the room. Dressed in black, full of immortal qi, his head was lowered with a look of regret and grievance. In his hands, he was still tightly hugging a brand new washboard. He seemed to have not reacted at all and had already changed the venue. He opened his mouth and said loudly, "Little you, I'm really wrong. It's all because Little Black dragged me out to drink. I didn't mean to not come back for the whole night." With that said, he put down the washboard and knelt down. That was very straightforward. Lone Moon, Iching, Shining, Air. Shouldn't they find another time to pull people over? Little you, it's really all Little Black's fault. He was the one who dragged me out to drink. He even said that senior sister Little Red had other demons and that he was sad. I was just being soft-hearted. Who knew that I would drink too much? Feng was crying and snot. Seeing that there was no reply from the other party, he then raised his head. Little you, I'm really wrong. Holy shit. Feng then saw the three people in front of him clearly and stood up abruptly. Why is it you guys? Ding, discovered Big Boss, please greet Big Boss. He did not have time to be shocked. In the next moment, a familiar voice rang in his ears. His legs turned to jelly and he knelt down again. His movement was so big that the entire washboard made a loud bang. Yet that washboard seemed to be a Dharma artifact. Feng felt a piercing pain from his knees. It was so painful that he crawled down and his face was almost purple. Lone Moon, Iching, Shining, what a polite system. System. Feng gritted his teeth and roared. This system that went crazy at the sight of Shining, how many more times was it going to trick him? Cough. Feng. Lone Moon could not bear to see him like this. He went forward to help him up. That. Are you alright? Feng took a deep breath and stood up while rubbing his seemingly broken knees. Do I look good to you? Sit down first. Lone Moon had no choice but to carry her to a chair at the side and sit down. Didn't the three of you say you were going to descend? Why did you suddenly come back? Feng glared at them in dissatisfaction. What are you doing here at Little Yu's place? Wait. Where was Little Yu? Where are we? He looked around and realized that this was not Xiao Yu's room, but an unfamiliar place. On the bed next to him, there was an unfamiliar man who seemed to have fainted. Who is this? Don't tell me, you guys just robbed him. With Lone Moon's wealth, that shouldn't be the case. This is the lower realm. Lone Moon explained. What? His expression changed. Why did you drag me here? It's like this. Lone Moon said directly. I pulled you over because there's something urgent I need your help with. What urgent matter? Is it as urgent as mine? He seemed to have thought of something and shook his head. No, hurry and send me back. Little Yu will be worried if she sees me disappear suddenly. He had not finished admitting his mistake. Moreover, if the three of you can't solve it, how can I? Ding. Help others mission, do not, absolutely, and must agree to the big boss's request. Holy shit. Feng cursed. You stupid system, whose house do you belong to? Ding. Additional condition, if the mission fails, the punishment mechanism will be activated. Feng. Son of AB*TCH. Shining, what a good system. Cough. Although he could not hear it, Lone Moon could guess what had happened when he saw Feng Ying's irritated look. He stepped forward and said, well, to be precise, we're looking for the system in your body for help. He turned and pointed at Tu Bok Swa, who was still unconscious on the bed. There's a demonic chi locked in this person's body, and the energy that locked the demonic chi is similar to the system. That's why I pulled you down to take a look. Demonic chi. Feng Ying was stunned. Isn't that easy to solve? It was just a trace of demonic chi, not to mention the three of them, even he could easily get rid of it. The thing that locked the demonic chi is a little special. Lone Moon frowned. That's why we can't get rid of it by force. Feng Ying looked at them in confusion, then stood up and limped towards the bed. Ding! Activating automatic scanning function. Checking. Discovered system space lock program, valid for 3 days, current remaining time, 65 hours, 45 minutes and 7 seconds. Gradually losing effectiveness. After losing effectiveness, the item locked in the space will infect the host. What do you mean? Feng Ying did not understand. Shining, who was the only one at the side who heard the system's voice, suddenly said, "Can we bypass the program and release the demonic chi inside without breaking the lock?" Ding! Host, please explain in detail to the big boss the advantages and disadvantages of the space lock technology, as well as the feasible operation method. WH. What? Feng Ying looked confused, obviously not understanding it all. What the hell are you doing, system? How would he know all this? He had never heard of it. Ding! The system does not have a physical body, it cannot be used directly on a physical body, it can only be operated by the host. How would I know how? I'll give you a physical body. Before Feng Ying could finish, Shining suddenly interrupted. With a turn of her hand, a translucent blue cube instantly appeared in her hand. Come out. Feng Ying was stunned, he suddenly felt an ecstasy that did not belong to him appear in his mind. His hand uncontrollably placed on that small cube, he faintly felt something being stripped out of his body. In the next moment, that blue cube suddenly emitted a burst of blue light. On the originally translucent cube, rows of strange characters that he could not understand flashed. It looked like a code. After a while, it disappeared without a trace, then 2 cartoon-like eyes appeared on the cube, they were even blinking excitedly. That's great, the system finally has a physical body. Thank you, big boss, thank you. A crisp voice sounded in the room instantly. This time, not only Shining and Feng Ying, but Lone Moon and I Ching also heard it. System. System, you. Feng Ying's eyes widened, he looked in disbelief at that little cube that was blinking its eyes. I have a physical body, host. Quick, look at the body that Big Boss has given me. As it spoke, it even flew excitedly, circling Feng Ying as if showing off. As if it was the first time he saw a moving system, Feng Ying looked at the cube in front of him blankly for a while, then sighed, his face full of shock. Sigh. I really didn't expect that, system, you're actually a box spirit. System, Shining, instantly hit by an arrow. You're the box spirit, your whole family are box spirits. What's wrong with the box? Did the box offend you? For all, Lone Moon glanced at a certain foodie who turned into a box the moment he landed, then went forward to interrupt Feng Ying, who was courting death. Alright, Feng Ying. You can go back first, once we're done, we'll send the system back to you. I Ching, who was at the side, also reacted. Remember to bring your Dharma artifact. As he spoke, he picked up the washboard Dharma artifact on the ground, stuffed it back into Feng Ying's hand, and opened the realm gate. Wait, you guys. Before Feng Ying could finish his sentence, he was pushed in by the two of them. F***CK. You inhumane bastards. What did you say? Suddenly, a familiar female voice rang in his ear, with a hint of coldness. Only then did Feng realize that he was already back in the heavenly palace. Standing in front of him was a furious roasted chicken Gao. His whole body instantly trembled. "No, little you. I'm not talking about you, I was just pulled down to the lower realm. Get lost." Qingyu directly kicked him out and slammed the door shut. "Little you, listen to my explanation." Crazily scratching the door, "You can't cheat people like this." Chapter 674. System, can you release his demonic chi now? Lone Moon pointed at 2 bucks Swa on the bed and turned to look at the cube. Of course. The transparent cube of the system flashed an "OK" icon. Now that it had a physical body, even the way it spoke became more human-like, and it even came with its own emoticons. The seal on his body is a very low-level space technology. There are many loopholes, you can directly enter from the back door to release it. As it spoke, it flew directly above 2 bucks Swa. A moment later, the entire cube emitted a white light and swept towards the back of his waist, where the demonic chi was sealed. In a short while, a string of code-like characters flashed on 2 bucks Swa's body, traces of moving black gas floated out of his body. I Ching immediately conjured a seal. The demonic chi seemed to be drawn out by something, gathering continuously in his palm. In less than half a minute, it gathered into a ball the size of a wash basin. Until all the demonic chi was extracted, I Ching then summoned the true phoenix fire, burning the demonic chi completely. Lone Moon frowned. This ball of demonic chi was nothing to demons. Even if ordinary immortals were to be infected, they would probably be able to get rid of it after some time. But to mortals, especially those with low-level foundation establishment cultivation like 2 bucks Swa, even if they didn't die, they would probably be turned into demons. Shu Yi's move was really quite ruthless. He wanted 2 bucks Swa to have no place among the orthodox cultivators, and completely become a fiendish cultivator. Reporting to Big Boss, all the items in the space seal have been exported. The system retracted the white light, circling around Shining as if it was asking for credit. Lone Moon released his divine perception to check, and found that the special energy was indeed still on 2 bucks Swa, but there was no demonic chi aura. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief, thinking back to what the system said just now. He could not help but ask, "System, what did you mean by the seal on his body is very low level?" This seal is the most basic seal. When this system left the factory, it was basically already obsolete. Lone Moon's eyes lit up. "You mean, you are more advanced than this system that set up the seal?" "A system with this seal on it, the version should indeed be lower than this system." The system replied in a serious manner. There was still no change in its tone, but the transparent box had already begun to release a number of proud little flowers. "Then can you make the other party's system break away from the host's binding?" Lone Moon rejoiced. If the parenting system could deal with 001, they would save a lot of trouble. They wouldn't have to wait for it to escape from this plane. Theoretically, yes. Lone Moon and I Ching exchanged a look, their expressions filled with joy. Shining, who had been nibbling on her fruit at the side, suddenly paused and looked thoughtfully at the little cube. "At the bottom right of this floating peak, there's a system called 001, can you catch it?" Lone Moon turned and pointed outside the window. "CEH-12 Auxiliary System, pleased to be at your service." After saying that, the system flew directly to the window, and the entire blue box began to emit white light again. Ding! Activating AOE scan, target detected. Confirming data number 001, preparing to hack backend, chaos, warning. Warning. The system's blue box suddenly trembled. On the square which originally had a pair of small eyes, all kinds of messy codes instantly began to appear crazily. Even the system's voice began to become unstable. It sounded like it was stuck. More importantly, something was about to break away from the square. What's going on? Lone Moon and Yi Qing's expressions changed. It couldn't have crashed after just one scan, could it? Shining, who was at the side, took a step forward. She reached out and tapped on some part of the blue box. Instantly, a light screen popped out. Shining turned and stuffed the fruit into her mouth. Her hands tapped on the light screen for a while at lightning speed. In less than a moment, the messy codes on the system's blue square cleared up. A lock symbol flashed. The white light on the square dimmed, and there was no sound. Is this system all right? Lone Moon asked anxiously. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like something had gone wrong. What was that just now? Shining stopped. The light screen disappeared instantly. She then took the fruit out of her mouth and took a bite. It's fine. It just hit the firewall. This thing has a firewall. What happened to the advanced system? Just as he was thinking about it, a pair of cartoon eyes appeared on the dimmed blue square. It blinked twice, as if it had just been rebooted. But in the next moment, the entire system suddenly let out a series of beeping alarms. Warning! Warning! Discovered stealing consciousness and rebelling against the system. Special Class Serious Violation. Special Class Serious Violation. Report to the Interstellar Court immediately. Report immediately. Connection to the star web failed. Continue connecting. The system seemed to have crashed. The whole square started scurrying around the room. From time to time, it would even hit the wall a few times. Lone Moon, Qing, Shining, what was going on? Was this system crazy? Lone Moon could not help but reach out and grab the system that was still hitting the wall. What's wrong with this system? Is it infected with a virus? The system's cartoon eyes blinked twice. As if it had just regained its senses, a series of exclamation marks appeared on the transparent square. It said hurriedly, "Big Boss, Big Boss." That system stole the consciousness of a living being and fused it to form its own consciousness. This is a serious violation of the basic rules of the system. Please whip it. I got it. Shining replied. Ha! The system froze for a moment. It blinked twice. Lone Moon and Yi Qing, on the other hand, looked confused. What do you mean? What's stealing? When we systems are born, we are just a string of data. It is very difficult for us to develop our own consciousness. Especially for a basic system like the other party, there is basically no possibility of it being born. The system then explained anxiously. But I just detected that the other party's system has fused with a body of consciousness, turning it into a new system that can think independently. What body of consciousness? The two still did not understand. A living being. Shining said. You mean Shui? Lone Moon was stunned. Not just her. Shining continued to explain. It's 001. What do you mean? Lone Moon did not react for a moment. He stared blankly. A moment later, his eyes widened. You mean, other than Shui, the system itself has fused with another soul? Yes. Shining nodded. Otherwise, what do you think its purpose is in invading the various worlds? Isn't it to cheat other people's primary souls? He blurted out. If that's the case, then why did it let Shui go? Don't forget that although Shui was an intruder, she was also a soul. The rebellious system maintains its own independent consciousness by plundering and devouring living beings. The system continued to explain. But the living beings are different. There will be a certain rejection reaction. The living beings that devour living beings will be used up one day, and it takes a certain amount of time for them to fuse. So, Shui is actually that system's reserve food. Loneman's eyes widened. Chapter 675. You can think of it that way. The system blinked. A moment later, it continued, and I detected that the other party is only a subsystem. The main program is not in this plane. The main program's version should be higher than this system's. That's why the invasion was unsuccessful. What? Lone Moon was shocked. There's a main program behind that system. Yes. The system answered with certainty. Lone Moon felt that this was a little too much information. He took some time to sort it out. That means, the primary soul that 001 invaded this world to take away was actually for the main program. And Shui was prepared by the system for itself. It was just waiting for the original soul to lose its effect before eating her. This meant that this system was really not wasteful at all. First, it coaxed the host to do some mission. Then, it went to different worlds to cheat other people's primary souls. Once it was done using them, it ate them up. It was no wonder that Lone Moon felt that something was off. Shening was right. If the purpose of these so-called systems was to capture souls, then why did they only let their own host go? She was a soul too. Could it be that different souls had different tastes? Did they dislike the host for being cumin-flavored? Yet Shui did not seem to notice such a simple logic at all. She still trusted the 001 system wholeheartedly. She kept working hard to help it complete the so-called mission. She even thought herself righteous. Yet she did not know that she was just the other party's reserve food. For a moment, he did not know if he should sympathize with Shui. There was such a huge commotion just now. Could the other party have already noticed the parenting system? Lone Moon thought of this and glanced at the little blue cube. No. Shening answered. I've already deleted all traces of it. It can't be found. That's good. However, it looked like their plan to use the parenting system to chase the other party out would not work. They had to wait for the other party to leave this plane before they acted. Now that Shui had secretly sealed demonic qi in Shushuming's body, she would act soon. They just had to wait. Lone Moon's guess was right. Indeed, not long after, in just 2 days, Shui began to act. These 2 days, the sect sealed off the mountain. They searched everywhere but still could not find the person who killed Eldarine. No one found any traces of a fiendish cultivator. Everyone began to suspect that perhaps that person had really left Guei sect a long time ago. Early in the morning, Lone Moon and Shushuming were called to the main hall alone. There were more than 10 Golden Core and Foundation Establishment disciples inside. They all looked familiar. Shui was among them. Only Sect Master Yulwan and a few managing elders were in the hall. Continue the sect competition. Shushuming looked at the sect master in surprise. Wasn't it cancelled? Why do you suddenly want to continue? Even if it's cancelled, it can still be restored. Shui, who had arrived earlier than them, said directly, the Intersect Tournament is a grand event that is held once every 10 years in Guei sect. The results aren't out yet. Isn't it normal to continue the competition? Lone Moon's eyes narrowed. He looked at Yulwan and said, Sect Master, the murderer who murdered Eldarine has not been found yet. If we continue with the previous competition, I'm afraid it will give the other party an opportunity. Yulwan frowned. How could he not know about this Dao? But Shushuming nodded as well. Brother Lone Moon is right. There are priorities. I think it's better to cancel the competition this time. Disciple Nephews, it's easy for you to say. Shui snorted. You're on Nameless Peak. You have a soul formation supremacy to guide you. Of course you're not anxious. But there are so many disciples in the sect who hope to stand out in the competition. They've cultivated hard for 10 years just for this moment. Especially for some outer sect disciples, it's not easy for them to cultivate. Now that the competition is cancelled just like that, wouldn't everyone's hard work go to waste? Disciples will be disappointed in the sect. Once she said that, the other disciples all nodded in agreement. But Shushuming wanted to say something. Shui interrupted him directly. As long as the sect is not opened, continuing the competition won't conflict with pursuing the killer. With that said, she deliberately glanced at Shushuming. Besides, the competition is already at the finals. It won't take much time. Or Disciple Nephews Wa is afraid of losing. That's why you don't dare to continue the competition. Of course not. Shushuming retorted instinctively. That's good. Shui made a determined expression, as if she really just wanted to test her own strength. We cultivators shouldn't be afraid of any challenge. So what if there really is a fiendish cultivator? As long as he dares to appear, we won't be afraid to fight him. Well said. Once she finished speaking, a black figure suddenly appeared in the main hall. He had a hint of the suppressive force of a soul formation cultivator. He looked at Shui and nodded in satisfaction. You're my disciple indeed. You should have such awareness. Master. Shuyi's face lit up. The person who came was Tianji, who hadn't appeared for a long time after he was humiliated by Yi Qing. In just a few short years, his cultivation seemed to have improved once again. Greetings, Uncle Master Tianji. Yuan's expression stiffened. As if recalling something, a trace of helplessness flashed across his face. Together with the other elders behind him, he stepped forward and bowed. All the disciples also bowed. Tianji responded coldly. His gaze swept across Lone Moon and Shushuming in the crowd. His expression stiffened. As if recalling something, he immediately shifted his gaze and looked at Yuan. Didn't you say that the competition will continue? Why hasn't it started yet? A few days ago, I was in seclusion and couldn't participate. This time, I've come out. I want to see who dares to bully my disciple. With that said, he released a hint of suppressive force towards Lone Moon and Shushuming. Lone Moon was already prepared. Before the other party's suppressive force swept over them, it dissipated. The two of them didn't react at all. Tianji frowned. He didn't mind. He thought that the two of them had some Dharma treasure on them that could resist his suppressive force. Tianyi's expression darkened. Tianji's words made it sound like the competition wasn't fair because he didn't come the previous time. Yet the other party's status was higher. He could only sigh and step forward. Reporting to Uncle Master, I'm informing these disciples about this. I still need to make some preparations. The official competition might only be tomorrow, why wait until tomorrow? Tianji interrupted him. It's just a competition. It's still early. Let's just carry it out in the afternoon. With that said, he didn't wait for the other party's reply. He pulled Shui up and said, Little E, follow Master back to the mountain. I'll check on your cultivation situation. Yes, Master. With that said, the two of them walked out the door. Uncle Master. Yuan seemed to want to say something. After 2 steps, the other party was already gone. He could only sigh. He turned back to look at the elders who were also looking bitter. He smiled bitterly. He didn't agree to continue with the competition. It was true that the competition was a chance for the inner and outer sect disciples to perform. It wasn't that there weren't any dark horses. But the competition was already at the finals. Those who were left were basically the elite disciples of each peak. Those who had to perform had already performed. Even if there were any dark horses, everyone had seen it. Actually, it didn't matter much who was the champion. So when the competition was stopped, they didn't think much of it. It was more important to track down the fiendish cultivator. Yet, they met someone serious. Uncle Master Tianji just came out of seclusion. When he heard about this, he insisted on continuing the competition to determine the winner. Yet, they couldn't do anything about it. Wasn't that causing trouble? Yuan sighed. He could only give some instructions to the disciples. He asked everyone to go back and prepare. The competition would continue in the afternoon. Lone Moon glanced at Swiss Shumming, who didn't seem to notice anything. His eyes narrowed. He finally understood Shu Yi's plan. It seemed like not only did she want Swiss Shumming to become a fiendish cultivator, she also wanted him to lose in front of everyone. She calculated the time. She wanted Swiss Shumming to release his demonic qi during the competition. That way, even if I Ching was a soul formation supremacy, he wouldn't be able to defend Swiss Shumming publicly. Otherwise, he would be in cahoots with the fiendish cultivator. Needless to say, this move was indeed ruthless. But this Tianji. Chapter 676. Although Yuan was a little unhappy about continuing the competition, he still had the motivation to take action. In just one morning, he said he would continue the competition, and it really started on time. Lone Moon and the others, on the other hand, because of lunch, they went later. When they arrived, on the stage of the competition, all the elders were already there. Tianji was also sitting at the highest position, but Tianyi's technical geek fanboy was not here. Thinking that he had just bought a batch of spirit herbs from Nameless Mountain, he was probably refining pills again. I Ching flew directly to the stage, looked at the two empty seats in the middle. He habitually turned his body to let Shining sit down, then turned back to look at Father Nyo behind him. He seemed to hesitate for a moment. After a while, he sat down on the only empty seat with no qualms. Lone Moon, son of AB*TCH. Although with his current status, he really should not sit down, but, what the hell was chef's anyway? This month's food allowance has already been collected, look. He was inexplicably unhappy. Tianji turned to look at them, as if recalling something. His expression twisted for a moment, then immediately recovered. He turned his head away as if nothing had happened. But I Ching looked at him, his expression darkening. He subconsciously sent a voice transmission. His body, the demonic qi is gone. Lone Moon directly said, I discovered it in the main hall this morning. The demonic qi on his body is gone. I Ching's expression darkened even more. Could they have guessed wrong? Previously, when the protective mountain array was suddenly activated, they had guessed that the person who was hiding in the sect and could not be found, and the person who killed Eldarine, could be Tianji. He had imprisoned Zhongyi for so many years. He had been in contact with that earth demon for too long. Even if he was a soul formation cultivator, it was impossible for him to not be affected at all. And when they first met him, there were already signs of him turning into a demon, but Shu Yi used the system to suppress it. So, the first person they suspected was him. But that day, Chef specially used his divine perception to search, but did not find demonic qi on his body. Until later, when they saw the system's method of sealing demonic qi, they thought that he was the same, long turned into a demon, only his demonic qi was sealed by the system. But now, looking at him, his body was clean, there was no trace of demonic qi, nor did it look like it was concealed by the system. He looked like an ordinary soul formation cultivator, which was strange. If he did not turn into a demon, then where did the demonic qi that Shu Yi sealed in Swiss Shumming's body come from? Before they had time to think about it, the competition below had already begun. One side of the arena was filled with pill furnaces. More than 10 disciples were already hugging spirit herbs and refining pills. For a moment, the entire arena was filled with the fragrance of pills, and the smoke became hazy. Compared to this side, the other side of the arena was much simpler and calmer. Originally, only Shushuming and Shu Yi's battle for the title of Chief Charm was left in the spell competition. Now that the competition continued, it naturally only required the two of them to fight. Shu Yi was already waiting outside the arena. She glanced sharply at Shushuming, who was walking over, and did not look like she wanted to acknowledge him. Tu Buxua, on the other hand, was as naive and sweet as ever. He greeted the other party with a warm smile. Uncle Master Shu. Martial Nephew Sua. Perhaps because he felt that victory was in his grasp, Shu Yi had a rare good expression on his face. It seems that we have to fight today to determine the winner. Uncle Master Shu, what are you saying? I've always admired your cultivation, Shushuming replied seriously. To be honest, he might not be able to defeat her. After all, there was a huge gap between them. But Shu Yi's expression darkened. Thinking of the past, the hatred in her eyes deepened. Are you mocking me? No, no, no. Shushuming was stunned. He hurriedly explained, I'm being sincere. Humph. Don't think that you're invincible just because you're a sword cultivator. Shu Yi snorted. She took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. In a low voice, she said, from today onwards, I want everyone to know that you've lost to me. He didn't think that way. Uncle Master Shu, do you have some misunderstanding about me? He looked like he wanted to explain to her clearly. Misunderstanding? Shu Yi laughed coldly and glared at him. The disdain on her face was overflowing. She said meaningfully, there's no misunderstanding. After today, everything will be clear. But if I've done anything wrong, I hope. He still wanted to say something. Say no more. But Shu Yi completely lost interest in talking. She glanced at him and said, if there's any problem, we'll fight. Uncle Master Shu, you don't believe me. He faltered. Humph. We cultivators have always judged right and wrong based on our cultivation. She turned her hand and directly summoned a spirit sword. Her gaze was cold. She said threateningly, you don't have to say any more. If you're capable, win against the sword in my hand. Why do you have to pretend to be a gorilla and talk so much nonsense? Cultivation is something that goes against the heavens. No matter how beautiful your words are, it can't compare to the fact that your cultivation is half a level higher. I only believe in the sword in my hand. No matter what kind of demons and monsters you are, I'll kill them all. Wherever the sword goes, the Tao will appear. Come and fight. With that said, she glared at him coldly and directly flew up to the stage. Shushuming's eyes widened. He stood rooted to the ground in shock. As if he had been shocked, he did not move for a long time. Until a junior brother beside him could not help but remind him that it was time for him to go up. Shushuming then turned and slowly walked up to the stage. He looked like he had been frightened. He was still in a daze. He frowned and muttered something softly. The stage had already announced the start of the competition. Please enlighten me. Shu Yi bowed according to the procedure. She gripped the sword in her hand tightly and pointed to the opposite side. Shushuming did not move. He looked up at Shu Yi in a daze. He did not even summon his spirit sword. It was as if he was really frightened by the words the other party said before going up to the stage. Shu Yi also did not care about his abnormal behavior. She directly activated her spirit chi and flew towards the other party with her sword. Swish-Shuming remained rooted to the ground. He stared at the other party's sword coming towards him. It was getting closer and closer. It looked like it was about to pierce his body. It was as if he had just woken up from a dream. His eyes widened and he shouted, "I understand now." Suddenly, a huge wave of spirit chi exploded from his body. The surrounding spirit chi instantly became chaotic. The surging spirit pressure directly caused the sword in Shu Yi's hand to fly out of his hand. All the spectating disciples were stunned. Yet Swish-Shuming, who was in the middle, was still excitedly muttering, "Where the sword goes, the Tao will appear." Well said. He had thought wrongly. In the past, he had been beaten too badly by Brother Lone Moon. The moment he held his sword, he had the thought of retreating. But a sword cultivator was a sword. There were no regrets when the sword was used. He did not have time to think too much. If he had been thinking about losing from the beginning and was afraid of the slightest thing, how could he still be considered a sword cultivator? With a sword in hand, he could just cut it. Why think so much? Swish-Shuming felt his heart relax. It was as if the things that had been troubling him all this while had disappeared. He had finally found the opportunity that he had been looking for. In an instant, large amounts of spirit chi suddenly began to gather in Swish-Shuming's direction. More and more spirit chi gathered. A strong wind blew and the sky darkened. "This is..." Yulwan stood up abruptly. He blurted, "He's going to form his core." Lone Moon, Shining, Winky Face, a natural nemesis. He lived up to his name. She felt like she could hear someone vomiting blood. Chapter 677. Yulwan had already flown down and stopped the competition, pulling Swish-Shuming. "Quick! Focus on forming your core." Core formation. Swish-Shuming faltered, looking completely clueless about what was going on. "That's right." Yulwan nodded excitedly. He didn't expect that there would be such a surprise in this competition. "Hurry and sit down." Lone Moon also flew down and looked up at the darkening sky, reminding loudly, "Your lightning tribulation is coming." Oh. Swish-Shuming finally reacted. Just as he was about to sit down, he seemed to recall something and turned to look at Shu Yi, who was already in a daze, stepping forward agitatedly to hold her hand, revealing an extremely excited smile. Thank you, senior sister Shu, for enlightening me." Swoosh, the sound of a knife stabbing could be heard. But the more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Where the sword goes, the Tao will appear." Senior sister is indeed a genius. I will always remember senior sister's guidance. Swoosh swoosh, another knife. Right. He suddenly turned to look at the disciple who was hosting the competition below the stage and said, "I am willing to admit defeat in this competition. Senior sister Shu's comprehension is indeed above mine." Swoosh swoosh swoosh, 3 knives in a row. Swish-Shuming then seemed to have settled something on his mind. Turning to sit in the center of the arena and meditating to form his core, he closed his eyes, not daring to add another sentence. "Senior sister Shu, you're really a good person." Shu Yi, the 3 spectators. Why did he suddenly feel a little sympathy for Shu Yi? Indeed, her originally dark expression instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Her eyes seemed to have thousands of knives stabbing outwards at the same time. She was like a balloon that was being blown up, looking like it was about to explode. As the sect master, Yulwan had already started to clear the arena. Swish-Shuming's lightning tribulation came too quickly. He could only form his core on the spot. Fortunately, this was the martial arts arena. It was just right. Hence he hurriedly got all the spectating disciples to retreat 100 meters away. Even the disciples who were already in the midst of pill refinement next door stopped, in case they were accidentally injured by the lightning tribulation. He cleared the area as fast as he could. Tianji flew down from above as well. He pulled Shu-yi, who had been standing there in a daze. He even comforted her out of goodwill. Although this battle was an accident, little E, don't worry. You are the undisputed champion. Shu-yi's face contorted in an instant. The string in his mind snapped. F***ck off the head of the pack. She didn't do it for the championship, she did it for. That's right. She wanted to ruin his reputation and turn him into a stray dog that everyone wanted to beat. Her gaze sharpened, and only then did she remember her goal. She began to frantically urge the system, quick. System, let his demonic energy explode. Now. But host, there are still 20 minutes before the lockdown expires. Who cares about the lockdown time now? Shu-yi felt a lump in her throat, stifling her heart. If we wait any longer, he's going to form his gold core. Hurry, remove the seal and release the devil aura. Alright, host. Before 001 could finish his words, the first lightning tribulation had already smashed down. Then, there were a few rumbling sounds, one after another, illuminating the night sky that was already completely dark. But Shushuming's expression did not change. Apart from the fact that his dermic robes were a little yellow from the lightning strikes, there were no serious injuries on his body. Compared to the last time Shu-yi went through the tribulation, he was many times better. He was a sword cultivator in the first place. The sword chi on his body could automatically resist the lightning tribulation. In addition, he was used to being beaten up by Lone Moon for so many years. Naturally, his body's quality had improved. The Golden Core lightning tribulation was indeed nothing to him. Even the sect master Yulwan and the elders who were watching could not help but look gratified. They looked at Shushuming with even more satisfaction. Shu-yi's expression darkened. What's going on? Why isn't the demonic chi on his body exploding? She asked loudly in her mind. This. I don't know either. The lockdown has indeed been lifted. Where's the demonic chi? Where did it go? The lightning was too powerful. It cleared away all the other energies. Perhaps even the demonic chi, what? Shu-yi's expression was one of disbelief. She felt like she was about to go crazy. You're saying that the demonic chi was dispersed by his lightning. That should be the case. Damn it. She had clearly planned everything. Why was it that every time, everything was different from what she had imagined? Could it be that Shushuming was really the son of the heavenly Tao? Was it useless no matter what she did? Ding. Original owner's resentment points plus 10. Current total value, 75. Shu-yi only felt a ball of boundless anger surging up from the bottom of her heart. A never-before felt hostility exploding from the bottom of her heart. Her hatred towards Shushuming instantly rose to a height that she had never felt before. She was filled with murderous intent, and the spirit chi on her body also faintly changed, as if it was beginning to fluctuate. Little E. Tianji, who was beside her, was the first to notice her abnormality. His expression changed instantly. He immediately conjured a seal to seal the spirit chi on her body. The spirit chi on Shu-yi's body dissipated and she fainted. Tianji's expression darkened. He turned to instruct Yulwan. She was affected by the spiritual pressure. Her meridians were injured. I'll bring her back first. With that said, he carried her and flew back to Danxia Mountain. Yulwan did not care much. He bowed and sent them off. Then, he continued to look excitedly at Shushuming, who was going through the tribulation. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. He was right. This child was a good seedling. Father no. I Ching looked at the two of them and sent a voice transmission to Lone Moon who was beside him. I saw it. Lone Moon nodded. She almost turned into a demon just now. It seems that this invader's willpower is not much different from the original owner's. She had to say that Shuming was her natural nemesis. In her previous life, she angered someone into becoming a fiendish cultivator. In this life, it would be the same for the invader. She angered one to death. Naturally, she angered the second to death. Indeed, they were superfluous. Oh no, I sensed pure demonic chi from her body just now. I Ching suddenly said in a low voice. What? Lone Moon was shocked. She just turned into a demon. Why would there be pure demonic chi? Logically speaking, given her cultivation, even if she completely turned into a demon, she would only be a fiendish cultivator. What she emitted would only be evil chi. It's indeed demonic chi. I'm not sure where it came from. I Ching frowned. Because of the demonic seed in her body. Shining suddenly interrupted. What? The two of them were shocked. They turned to look at her. Didn't I tell you? Shining took a bite of her fruit and said slowly, the demonic seed in her master's body was transferred to the invader. I Ching, Lone Moon, for all, flips table. You didn't even mention about the demonic seed, all right. Chapter 678. Lone Moon contacted Yu Hong again and brought the Earth Demon back for questioning. He did not know if it was an illusion, but this little Earth Demon that did not even have a physical body seemed to be weaker than before after returning to the demon world. Lone Moon asked him to explain in detail what happened when he possessed a fiendish cultivator. Then, he asked about the demonic seed. It turned out that when Tianji captured the fiendish cultivator Zhongyi back then, his motive was to obtain the hellfire in Zhongyi's body. Yet, he could not control it. Thus, he had no choice but to keep him locked up. Zhongyi had to endure the backlash of the dark fire while being tortured by Tianji. Naturally, he was filled with hatred and fear. In the end, he was still immortal, so he couldn't hold on any longer. But old demon was a demon, this little torture was nothing in his eyes, not to mention the other side did not know of his existence. Zhongyi was, after all, the host that he was living in. He was a demon with a temper, and if he didn't do something about it, he would be letting down the characteristics of his race. Hence, in these 500 years, he hid in Zhongyi's body. While enticing Zhongyi to give him his life, he also secretly created a demonic seed and planted it in Tianji's body. When they first saw Tianji, they saw the demonic qi around him because of the demonic seed. However, after Shu Yi became his disciple, he couldn't just watch his backer disappear just like that, so he used the system to remove the demonic seed from Tianji's body and isolated it in his own body. Since it's already isolated, why is Shu Yi still affected? Lone Moon could not understand this point. If not for Tianji's timely interruption, Shu Yi would have become a demon. Could the system be so useless? That's because the system has lifted the lock. Shining answered casually as she tapped on the light screen in her hand. What blockade? Lone Moon paused and recalled the system's small broadcast just now. Didn't the system remove the seal on Tu Buxua? Shining did not turn back. She continued to stare at the screen in front of her. She even picked up the parenting system and placed it in the middle of the screen. Then, she said casually, "Oh, I linked the 001 system's program to seal demonic seeds with the program to seal demonic qi." Lone Moon, Iching, what? Last time. Could it be that time when the parenting system crashed into the firewall? Therefore, as long as he removed it, he would be able to remove both of them. Could it be that her actions back then had stealthily tricked everyone on the opposite side? Speaking of which, what did Boss Jing teach her back then? How did you find out that the demonic seed had been transferred to Shu Yi? Lone Moon pursed his lips and asked, unwilling to give up. Neither he nor Chef had noticed. I saw it. Shining replied. A moment later, she added, that time on the boat. On a ship. On the spirit boat. They suddenly remembered that when they had returned from Yuanyang City, she had inexplicably appeared in front of Shu Yi and even scared him. At first, he thought that she had just taken a wrong turn. After all, she had no sense of direction at all. He didn't expect that she had purposely followed him. He even found out about the demonic seed. Lone Moon couldn't help but glare at her. Would it kill you to tell us? And then? What are you doing now? He pointed at the screen around them. Ever since they returned, she had not stopped working on the screen. She did not even turn to look at them when she spoke. Updating. Shining pointed at the parenting system and replied. Updating. Lone Moon hesitated. He looked at the little square floating on the screen. Updating the parenting system. He took a closer look. Indeed, the little cartoon eye on the square had disappeared. In its place was a charging icon. It really was updating. Could it be? Master still wants the parenting system to force 001 out of the host's body. I Ching's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but ask. No. Shining finally stopped. She picked up a fruit and took a bite. The system said that it might be discovered by intruders if it goes out. It's too boring to stay in the house. So, I played some games for it. I Ching, Lone Moon, there's also Fight the Landlord. Shen Ying's eyes lit up. There are 3 of us. Want a round? Get lost. F** King retard. He would have to be blind to believe that this foodie would become so diligent. #convex is Brother Lone Moon in. Suddenly, a familiar male voice sounded from outside. It sounded a little anxious. Tian Yi, what is he doing here? Lone Moon recognized the voice immediately. He turned and walked out. Brother Tian Yi, you. Today was not the day they agreed to gather spirit herbs. It's good that Brother Lone Moon is here. Tian Yi's expression brightened and he immediately took a few quick steps forward to welcome him. His gaze swept across the room behind him and he pulled Lone Moon 2 steps away. Then, with some guilt, he said, to tell you the truth, I'm here for an urgent matter and would like to trouble you, brother. Lone Moon glanced at him. He could tell that he was hesitant. Coincidentally, he didn't want him to enter the house in case he saw the system playing games. He said, let's go to the pavilion in front to talk. Tian Yi's expression relaxed. He turned and walked to the pavilion in front. Brother Tian Yi, feel free to speak your mind. Lone Moon immediately switched to business mode. He smiled and said, I'll help as much as I can. Tian Yi glanced at him. The guilt in his eyes deepened. He sighed and said, sigh. I have no choice. That's why I'm here to trouble you. Brother Lone Moon, you have a lot of friends. You're also very knowledgeable about spirit herbs. That's why I wanted to ask, do you know anyone who has 1,000 leaves spirit flower? Radish flower. Lone Moon blurted out in shock. 1,000 leaves spirit flower. Wasn't it the flower of the 1,000 leaves vegetation spirit? Radish flower. The invincible sex warehouse was full of them. What? Tian-yi was stunned. What radish flower? Lone Moon coughed and corrected himself. Brother Tian-yi, are you talking about the flower that the 1,000 leaves vegetation spirit blooms? Brother Lone Moon has heard of it. Tian-yi's expression lit up. He nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. That's the flower. I heard that this flower can help to form pills and increase the level of pills. But... He glanced at Tian-yi. Brother Tian-yi, you're a soul formation supremacy and a 10th level alchemist. Logically speaking, it shouldn't make a difference whether you have this 1,000 leaves spirit flower or not. Alchemists of his level should rarely fail in refining pills. Sigh, Brother Lone Moon, you don't know this. I don't want this flower to increase the level of pills. I want. He looked around cautiously. Then, he specially set up an isolation array. Carefully, he took out a tattered piece of paper. It looked like it had been there for a long time. Look at this and you'll understand. Lone Moon took the piece of paper and looked at it. He realized that it was a pill recipe. The words, demon-breaking pill, were written in big, eye-catching words. Demon-breaking pill. He paused. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.